And mine was right. Some of them Israel. I don't. Oh, okay. Rolling over. All right, Shalom. Want to give all praise, honor, and glory to Yahweh.
Ba'ashem, Yahushua, Ba'ashem, Rakadash.
A double honor to the apostles and the elders of Great Millstone, and the sincere Shalom to the Akim that's out there pushing the sincerity and the truth and the sound doctrine. Once again, we out here every week, to prophesy the downfall of Babylon, aka America, or also known as America. We clearly see it's going down right before our very eyes. More and more prophecy is kicking on. It's really escalating. And also we're here to wake up. Very important word, the elect. All right, look at that as a sentence. You can think of it as like a bold, underlined word. With letters in bold. The elect of Israel. That's what we're here to wake up. The elect of Israel, which are the so-called Negroes, Latinos, and Native Americans, the 12 tribes of Israel, the ones who lost statutes, commandments, and the promises were given to you. Okay, so we can go ahead and start off with a scripture. Go ahead and get that 7-9. All right. Because part of waking up part of us crying out, to these people in this sign, is telling them that they doing wrong, man.
This is Zephaniah 3:1. Woe to her that is filthy and polluted.
Yeah.
To the oppressing city.
Now, usually you can even see that in Revelation. Usually when it talks about her as being a woman, it's talking about the nation of Israel. Because the nation of Israel is like what unto the Most High, Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushai. It's like a woman. All right. We the nation of Israel is the Lord's possession. Just like every that's just like the woman, today the actual woman are supposed to be our possessions. All right, which they will be again. All right, so it said, woe to her that is filthy and is polluted.
She obeyed not the voice. She received not correction.
And earlier this week, I had did a video about this Jake who was so-called racially profiled, quote unquote, because they like putting these articles out there, just to get people riled up. A lot of these articles are set the hell up. But he was supposedly at a bank, and I don't know what he was doing, but they said he was trying to cash in a fake check or whatever. And they called the police, and he was like, "Well, I can't believe they're treating me like this." It was a bunch of Edomites. Police pulled up real fast. He said, "Man, I can't believe they're treating me like this, right? Because you didn't obey the voice of the Lord, man. All right, we tell you people that these guys here are not your friends. You see, when our people wake up to the fact that these guys here are not their friends, they won't have to get on the news and sit up there and say, 'Oh my God, I can't believe I was racially profiled,' right? Oh my God, I can't believe these people are treating me less than a person, right? When you wake up to the fact that Edomite, these so-called the Esau Edom, right? It's not your damn friend, all right? When you wake up to the fact that they doing this to the sky, look at the sky, man. That shit ain't clouds, that shit is dust, man. Chemicals, all right? When you wake up to the fact that they're not here to be your friends, all right, then you can understand that when they do something like that, even if it was, let's say it was true, all right, let's say they really did racially profile, you wouldn't be so in shock about it. You praise the Lord to make you stronger, man. Right? That's what you do. At the same time, man, these devils are gonna have to pay for what the hell they did, though. These devils are gonna have to pay. All right. That's another thing. When you understand that these devils are gonna pay and they're gonna be put under your foot, the nation of Israel. All right. Then you'll understand. It's like, okay, all right, I'm gonna get these devils. Cool. Go ahead. I got a precept that you talked about with the bank. Right. That happened to a woman too that was adopted. Okay. They profiled her and shit. I don't know why they profiled a black woman, but that's another. Deuteronomy 28:19. At the end of the day, you're still us. You know what I'm saying? And you're only being used as a tool to destroy us. Anyway,
Cursed shalt thou be when thou comest in, and cursed shalt thou be when thou goest out. So no matter if you go into a bank, you know, something that's unusual, the amount of money, in their minds, you have a certain amount of money you ain't supposed to have unless you're LeBron James. Now, Dominique Wilkins, you remember him, the old school basketball player. He went into a restaurant and they profiled him and told him he had to wear special khakis and a tie to eat in that restaurant. But then he saw Edomites up in there wearing shorts and sandals. They didn't know he was a professional, a legendary basketball player. So the media got involved and they tried to clean it up, man. So, but imagine if he wasn't a basketball player, man. They just picked the wrong Negro. That's all.
Yeah, that's all. Yep. Because you just when you do that, and they, you know, you mess with these guys when you do that, you know, because they're set up under those, like a guy like that. He's set up by who? These guys, all right? So then you mess with their money, you know. Then you make them look bad, right? It's all about their image, you know.
Hey, and the people under them, the other so-called white meat, they don't really give a shit about. They're just, as long as they can keep them used as a tool to keep oppressing us, it favors them. Yep. They don't even believe in the black and white thing. Yep. Believe it or not, they believe in the nationality thing. They don't even believe, they call them goy. They don't even believe it. They don't give a shit. As long as the whites keep fighting the blacks and let's let them fight each other. That's a fight for equal rights, keeping that shit going, yeah, so they can keep rolling in power, man.
Right. So it would never be equal, man. All right. The Lord is never about equality. Everybody's different, man. You know, you have 12 tribes of Israel, right? You have to see that's the problem with this place, man. Equality. All right. You try to put these people, all right, to try to tell them how to coexist with these guys, and it can't happen. I mean, it can happen, but one has to be over the other. But you're trying to tell them that you're equal to them. You're trying to tell that Moabites. You try to tell Moabites that they're equal to like the Arabs in the stores. That's going to mess everything up, man. You can't even say that Judah, all right, is equal to Ephraim. You can't do that. All right, two different spirits. All right, two different spirits. People within these tribes have different spirits. All right. People within, like you got two biological brothers, three different spirits, man. Everybody's different, all right? So equality. So what makes you think a man and woman is equal when a man and man is not equal and a woman is not equal? Right? You can't do that. Everybody's different, all right? If that is the case, why when you go into the stores, they have women care, women this and women that, but then you go into the clothing store, they have men's clothes, then they have women's clothes. If that was the case, why are those signs exist, man? That's what brings confusion, man. All right, and you know what? Our people fall right for it. All right, go ahead. That's like saying that I'm equal to him and both of my brothers, right? How is that going to work? When they're older than you got completely different spirit. When you go into camps, all right, even Great Millstone camps. Every Great Millstone camp has its own spirit, man. All right, they have their own spirit. They have their own way of doing things.
Now, like with Most High, he can take a younger brother and put him over an older brother.
Right.
That happened with Moses and Aaron.
Right.
He was dealing with Moses. He was dealing with Aaron too on some level, but mainly Moses. That's when he said, "I'm not an eloquent speaker."
Right.
So then the Most High allowed, because Moses was about complete order, but the Most High was dealing with Moses. But that's why the Lord allowed Moses to tell Aaron to go up and to talk to the Pharaoh. It was still an order. Because the Most High knew the Most High was really going with order, but he was dealing with Moses. You know? Yep. Look at Jacob and Esau. The elders serve the youngest. But when those type of things happen, because it's unusual, the Most High does things in unusual situations. Because mostly the oldest get the birthright. Even when he's dealing with certain men, particular men, he always makes them out of a different kind of order. You look at David's sons. And Solomon was supposed to get the birthright, you know, the reign. So the oldest, because it was a norm, which is righteous, that's a normal. But the Most High said no, Solomon. And that's all through a purification process.
Right.
You know? That's why David committed the sin of adultery. So he could fast and be pure and go through a purification process before Solomon could come into this world and rule.
Right.
See, the Most High do everything for a reason.
Yep.
Remember, that's why he said David wasn't going to be able to do it because of too much blood on his hands.
Right.
So David went off, committed adultery, right? Which was an example of what we would do to Israel. That was the prime example right there.
Right. Right.
And that's why Solomon came through that line. Well, he was in that line, and that's why Solomon came all to grow up and commit adultery. Again, all for a purpose of coming back to die for the children of Israel.
Right.
As Yahweh Shah.
Right. So the Lord has a perfect order set up.
Yep.
You know, these guys here are trying to break that order, but it's not going to be broken. All right. While it may seem like it's broken, you know, the Lord is still in control. The Lord really, as disorderly this place is really in order. Why? Because the Lord is the one that set it up. You know, as everything happens at a certain point in time. You know, it's an appointed time. All right. I think that was half a second.
Vision is appointed time too.
Yep. And you know, when you talk about an appointed time, that's when you go back to when you set up an appointment. You know, you have an appointed time. You know, to go to that. Appointment. You know, so it's an appointment pretty much. All right. When it comes to prophecy, when it comes to everything, like the appointed time of feminism. All right, the appointed time of sodomy. You know, you don't know what the hell is a male female these days. You know, it's an appointed time. All right, you got it. Yep. Just like the destruction of this place will be an appointed time.
Can I get this preset?
Yeah, you got it. Go.
This is Matthews. Yeah, Matthews 10:29. This is Matthews 10:29. It says, "Are not two sparrows sold for a farthing, and one of them shall not fall on the ground without your Father, but the very hairs on your head are numbered."
Exactly, and that's where I was kind of thinking about this. That's the spirit you point that out. I was thinking about that spirit, that scripture this morning. You know, because sometimes random thoughts pop up, and I was kind of going towards that with the the so-called jump shots or whatever. You know how people trust the science so much, right? And you ask any scientists out here, can they count the numbers in your head? You know, they claim that they know the human body like that, but they can't count the numbers in your head. Hell, they don't even know how the hell you sleep, or how you dream. They don't know that. And they're not going to be able to figure that out. Right? See, that's something only the Most High, right? Or only the Most High knows.
Well, he's going to give them the spirit of being able to do miracles and in the last days and come up with shit.
Yeah.
Or putting that MOTB in you.
Yeah.
And it's going to start registering your vitals.
Yeah.
And all that.
Right.
There's a movie called Implanted. I was checking out yesterday, but it got late, so I finished watching it. It's on it's actually on Tubi or one of them shows, It's on one of those apps. They got a lot of people. But it's a movie called Implanted. And I also have a streamer, so you can stream any movie that you want. I got scripture. It's Galatians 4:1. It says, "Now I say that the heir," that's H-E-I-R, it says, "as long as he is a child, differs nothing from a servant, though he be Lord of all." It says, "but is under tutors and governors until the time appointed of the Father." And it says, "Even so, we, when we were children, were in bondage under the elements of the world." And one with these guys, this is all an attempt of Esau trying to get his birthright back, ruling the world, and
we see how it's going. You know, if Esau would have, got the blessing and everything, that Jacob had gotten, we see how right now it would have played, how it's playing out before our eyes. Right. That's why Jacob gave him that blessing, of ruling the world with the sword and stuff like that. But this right now is Esau's attempt, of ruling the whole world. And we see how wicked it is, So you said the time appointed, we see, how it is, so that when we get in the kingdom, we ain't gonna be ruling like how Esau is. The miracles that he think he's doing on his left hand side, we want to know everything, pretty much. Esau thinks that there is untapped potential, like we can find different animals and, make up different effects and make, different things and stuff like that. But we want to know everything from the get-go. It's a cure for everything. It is. It is a natural cure, but Esau puts out this wickedness.
Yeah, because the problem with that is the Most High got them devils in power. So when there's certain strains of bacteria, you're going to try to take some garlic pills. Think that's going to work? I doubt it. Right. But there is a cure for everything out here, and they have it. Cancer and everything else.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing of what makes them devils. You know to do right. Cain knew to do right, but he just didn't want to do it.
Well, to know to do wrong, you gotta know what's right to.
They still trying to figure out what goes deeper though. They still haven't figured that out. They're trying to do that again. Right?
They put out lies. That's what brothers say, that you can't tell a lie without knowing the truth. Esau knows the truth, but he puts out lies. They do that. They know this ain't a lie. A lot of the so-called Jewish people, they know who the real children of Israel are.
They even admitted it.
There was a book called Natural Cures They Don't Want You to Know About. These top elites, they know that it's a natural cure. Came out with a book.
I think what the problem is, Jake waits till he gets too far gone in the sickness, and then it's called preventative maintenance, or when you first get sick. When I got that virus or whatever, I immediately went to a fruit diet automatically. No, just fruit. I told my son, give me fruits and give me some raw garlic, man. And that's all I ate. A lot of times,
you can't be having a messed up diet and lifestyle and then automatically think that it's just going to change overnight.
And see, that is what I don't know. Y'all saw that article I posted yesterday. You talking about the unjump shot.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a higher. They pretty much pose a risk for the people that got it. Pretty much. Now here's the problem I'm having with
they're
that.
going to have it, and it's going to protect us.
Right, but this is what I'm having. They had this thing where you got the black light, and it shows on them, and certain other people that don't. They got the little portal or whatever, and it sticks to their arm when they got it. But yeah, here's the thing though.
Right here too.
Yeah, here's the thing though. See, and then people will go to that, and you'll see on the comment, it's less of a risk if you get it. The problem is, like what I said earlier, everybody's different, man. So that article is bullshit, man. Everybody is different, man.
I can read it out real quick too.
You got it.
It says the unjad people threaten the safety of the jab people, even with high levels of immunization.
Now again, like I said, that's bullshit because here's the thing, right? Like I could have a cold. I could have a cold, right? And while we know people die from that, because that shit does kill. It can, all right. But if you get a badass cold, that shit can take you out, all right. But let's say I have a cold, and it's not as bad, when I have it. Well, let's say it is real bad.
I pass that same code on to somebody else, and they're going to react differently to it. It might be worse than I had it, or it might be less than what I had.
Yeah,
All
that
right?
goes the same thing with children. When children get sick, their immune system is really rapid.
Right,
But when they pass to you as a little bit older, you'll get more sicker
right,
than that child gets.
exactly. Now, when this year started, everybody was getting this shit that's going around, right? A lot of people said it like you said it felt like a badass cold, or almost like a flu, something like that. Yeah,
It didn't even feel like a food.
yeah. While other people, that had it, while other people that had it said that, damn, they had it pretty damn bad. I know somebody that had it pretty
I
bad.
had it bad.
You had it bad, all right? Quite a few people had it bad, but some other people didn't have it that bad. Same thing if you get that thing, right? Everybody's gonna react differently. So that article right there is complete bullshit. There's absolutely no way you can even say that, all right? Because that's, first off, you should be safe. That should have nothing to do with me. If you got that shit and I didn't, you should be good. That shouldn't have nothing to do with me. But let's say it does, and I pass it on to you, all right? You're going to react differently, man. Everybody reacts differently to certain things, man. So that article and all those articles are complete bullshit, man. All right?
Yeah, that's why you got the term everybody.
Right, exactly.
Body.
Right,
Everybody.
right. There's no way you could post an article and sit up there and say, they increase the risk.
Yeah, 90-year-old men survive. Elderly people survive that
Right.
shit.
And
And then you have young people who
who
die
died
from
from it. Right. You have people that took that shit die from it, and some don't. They say even if they got it, if they got it and they still caught it, and some people say they got it bad, some people say they got it, they don't have it bad. So there's absolutely no way you can post an article like that.
it. Basically, this man is a pure devil.
He's a lot. Yeah, he's a
He's a
deceiver.
liar,
Yep.
deceiving
Yep.
devil. With them doing that, being the devil, they're trying to win souls. That's the goal. Of all the things that they're doing, they're trying to win souls on the left hand side. And save people on the left hand side. We try to save the elect on the right hand side. So yeah, that's in Proverbs. He that winneth souls is wise. The devil is wise to win souls. It's just that we woke up to his lies. All right, go ahead. This is Nahum 3:1. It says, "Woe to the bloody city! It is all full of lies and robbery."
All of it. Everything that was built on the foundation of Babylon is full of lies.
Right? It says it is all full of lies and robbery.
And robbery. What was the robbery? You stole the land from the Native Americans. You set up treaties. You broke over 1,000. They're still breaking treaties.
Yeah.
What treaty has this devil ever kept? Over there, you got what you call, why they pushing that them electric cars for that lithium? They got them electric cars off of blood money, man. They got them children over there in Africa digging down in the ground, right, and dying in those little holes and caves to get lithium for these batteries, and they're only paying them like $1 per bag of that shit. But then they come over here, just like the drug money. The Guatemalans are down there in Chile. They get all them drugs, and they up there stirring and cooking up all that shit, risking their lives. And shit that's worth $5 million here, they might only be worth $200,000 over there. If that. This man is a pure devil. Everything is free that again.
It's Nahum 3:1. It says, "Woe to the bloody city! It is all full of lies and robbery.
Right.
The prey departeth not."
And another thing, the job of the devil is to create a problem, and then come with the solution. Order out chaos. That's where your money. All right, we always go into that's where your money. That's order out of chaos. All right. So they come.
Which that goes back to Rome, by the way.
Right. So they come like you were just talking about the electric cars. It's the gas powered cars that pollute the air. It does this, it does that now.
Now they beat the gas prices in the streets down. That's the gas prices. You know, so now the gas producers here, in which they try to put some other gas in there, so let's say a couple of states or whatever. Which I can't remember what the hell material they try to put in there, but that's gonna make the air worse. All right. So what they doing, you know, ethanol, something like that. I don't remember what the hell it was, bio or something. I don't remember what the hell.
Yeah, ethanol been in there, so it's,
Yeah, it was something else they put in there, but they said it's about a summer. You know, that's what Biden is trying to do about a summer or whatever. That's going to make the air worse. But then again, you know, they come in with these electric cars. You know what happens when they go all electric with everything else? You know, so they create more chaos. And then when that happens, they create something else to be the, you know, that's ultimately what they're going to do with Carragher. All right, this is what they always do, man. All right, that's what they always do, man. They put an identity theft. So that's make you guys.
yeah, they run the fraud department.
Right.
All right, go ahead, keep reading.
Well, that was it on that. The parade of party.
Yeah,
I get it.
more electric cars right there. More electric cars, you know, more radiation, more cancer, and then obviously, in order to get that cure, you gotta get that implant.
Yeah. So that's all designed to make you link, like the buses say, link. Yeah, make you link with your car. You deal with total electronics. It's total slavery. So now that you got the thing in you, now you can. It's totally electric. So that means they can shut you down and your car.
That's where they go with the save, right? You know,
Or you save.
yeah, that's where they go with that. And that scripture said what? It's bloody. You know, it's a bloody city. But it's not just America, but the world is full of it's bloody. It's a big ass bloody city. All right, because the world is influenced by these guys. All right, that ain't running. All right, it's influenced by these guys, and the biggest influence is what? One of the biggest influences is Christianity, if not the biggest influence, is Christianity. Christianity is in everything, man. All right, and the biggest robbery, that scripture said robbery, right? The biggest robbery was the robbery of our fucking identity, man. All right, that was the biggest robbery right there, man.
Yeah, that was crafty counsel.
Yeah.
According to Psalm 83.
Yeah. 83.
Yep. Go ahead.
The snail 3 and 2. And it says, the voice of a whip and the noise of the rattling of the wheels and the prancing horses and of the jumping chariots. It says, the horseman lifts up both the bright sword and the glittering sword.
Yeah, you can see some of that in 31 or something like that. More than go down to Egypt. Isaiah 30.
I was going to say that there's 3 major ways of how you can make somebody a slave. You know, it's in the scriptures too. You got the war, you know, which is about force. You got through the depth, and then you got through religion. You know, those are the 3 ways that Esau got the people. You know, and Christianity is in all of this, you know, this craziness out here. Every religion.
And it starts with the money. All you need is the money. Maya Angelou Bauer said that. All you need is the money.
But the people, they see,
and they use religion to do it.
They see the tanks and stuff coming down the street. They're gonna fall in line. You know, it's the mindset. It says the horseman lifts up both the bright sword and the glittering spear, and there is a multitude of slain, and a great number of carcasses, and there is none end of their corpses.
And it's total destruction.
It says they stumble upon their corpses,
right?
Because of the multitude of the whoredoms of the well-favored harlot.
The well-favored harlot. So a lot of stuff that was quoted, John the Revelator was quoting, Yahushua was quoting, was coming right out of the Old Testament. It was just reiterating things. The well-favored harlot is a virgin.
Old Testament Israelites, man, y'all a bunch of damn idiots. You know, you watch let's say Transformers, right? I'm talking about the actual Transformers movie. You know, let's say you watch Transformers and you got that's part 1. You know, Transformers 2, the Revenge of the Fall, and I remember that. But you know, but that had everything to do with part one. You know, that had everything to do with part one. You can't have a part two without a part one. It has to start with continuation. You know, it's a continue like Exodus. You know, you have exit out of what?
Right.
You know, so
when did they enter?
Yeah,
who was entered?
Right. So, and then if you Old Testament Israelites, y'all don't do your history either. The Old and New Testament, you know, that was made up. But when I say that was actually there, you're telling me you're going to pick up a book and you're only going to believe in half of it? That's the problem with you Christians, man. A lot of you Christians. You know, we had Christians come up here and say, "Oh, well, I don't like what Paul said, so I don't read what Paul said."
Or they'll believe it until you bring out the truth, and then it says written by man.
Yeah, it's written by man. So put down the Bible then, man. You sitting up there picking up, I'm only going to read Genesis through Malachi, and that's it.
But after that, what about the Apocrypha?
Right, yeah, what about that?
Well, they say nothing is new under the sun, you know. And then even in the Old Testament, I mean the New Testament, it say the things that was written aforetime, you know. So everything that was before is already been played out in front of our eyes. What Paul did, we doing the same things that Paul and the apostles did, you know.
Prophesying to the end, man. The whole role, right? Oh, that was that whole.
You can go there and get the Ezekiel 37 unless you were still reading on that. Go ahead.
No, it changed a little bit, so it's all good.
Really going to a problem?
Yeah, that's what I was just trying to figure out. What's the word problem going to promiscuous?
Yeah. Promenade.
And you know, they like turn their head, making sure they get their head. Whatever.
Yeah, just know that the pipe might be clean on the inside, but on the outside, but inside is rusty.
Hey man, ain't nobody ready for what the hell's really happening. You know, we clearly see that.
That's going to be the truth when the famine start coming.
Yeah. Oh man, these people are calling 911 because you ran out of toilet paper.
And we already moving forward to that famine.
Yeah.
You know?
Down there where that war is around Ukraine and there. You know, I actually had a friend in the game. He got drafted. He ain't on there. They down there they drafted people now to fight that war. What you think is going to happen here? You know, same thing.
But go ahead.
This is Ezekiel 37 and 1. The hand of the Lord was upon me and carried me out in the spirit of the Lord. It set me down in the midst of the valley, which was full of bones.
Yeah, this is a parable.
And caused me to pass by them round about. And behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry.
Yep, very dry.
Right, that represents how we were, man. You know, the white man, he'll make those movies and put it in there, bones, going cartilage and everything else, and the blood, like that. Damn, I can't remember. Me and Jake was talking about it, and she was saying, Hellraiser. Hellraiser. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. And he said unto me, Son of man, can these bones live?
Right. Yep.
And I answered,
Are you a Christian?
I watch you guys on YouTube all the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
You agree with what we say?
No, not exactly.
What you disagree with?
Just the interpretation.
Okay. Like, give me an example.
I mean, there's a lot of like offshoots of Christianity. I would say that you guys are probably just an offshoot of like Christianity.
Okay. So I'm guessing you disagree with the interpretation of God not dying for everybody's sins or whatever.
No, I'm a Reformed Christian. I believe that Jesus died for his elect, not for every.
So can anybody be his elect?
Only his people that were chosen from the foundation of the world.
Who was chosen?
And he learned that Reformed Christianity. Where did that come from?
Yeah.
We would have won teacher day.
Right. So who can be chosen?
God's people.
God's people.
It's chosen.
What nationality?
The true Israel.
Okay. Right. Exactly. So you don't think that we are Israelites?
I think anybody, true Israel is spiritual. Those who are,
A spiritual Israelite.
who are awoken by the Spirit of God, and
John 6. That's what I was thinking.
6.
I got one
No,
too.
not really. Romans 9.
That's where I was getting.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. I was thinking about that too. Now you know
John,
that
John 6. I love all those.
you know for the Israelites, okay, that they had a predominant look of how they look. What were they looking like back in ancient history in the Bible? What were they looking like? What did the Israelites look like? What's their complexion like? Most. Okay.
Well, he's going to back it up with what you said, because you said it, spiritual Israelite, which really, that's true in a sense, because you have to be spiritual.
Yeah.
But it still went through a lineage. Read. Verse 9 and 2.
It's Romans 9 and 1. I say the truth in Christ, I lie not. My conscience also bearing me witness in the Holy Ghost, that I have great heaviness and continual sorrow in my heart. But I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ, from my brethren, my kinsmen.
You know what
flesh.
kinsman means? Kinsman means flesh. He just said it according to the flesh.
Yeah, we talk about kin.
Go ahead.
Your kin. You know.
Go ahead.
Yep. My brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption.
The adoption. Where's the adoption? You think that God just adopted everybody?
No, I don't.
Okay, so what the adoption is, and Hosea, the first chapter, where our people, he made all Israel, right? And then they went into the different captivities that they went into, right? And some of our people, they love the captivities that they went into, but the Lord has called them back onto who they are. That's when the Lord was on the scene. The one of the world in called Jesus. He said, "Go not into the way of the Gentiles, but go on to the lost children of the house of Israel." Because
not for everyone, but for his
people. Because with Paul, with the adoption, right? You had the Israelites that were in Thessalonica, right? That were in all throughout the world. Rome.
Paul was a Roman citizen.
Right. So when our people in the Greek, our people, what Paul was doing was trying to get them to stop following the Greek customs and to come back into the Israel. That's what the adoption is. Go ahead.
I'm gonna go eat with my family, and I'll come back and talk to you guys after.
Okay, well, you need to ponder that.
I will. I'll come back.
All right.
Thank you for a good dialogue.
Okay. All right.
I was getting ready.
Now, there's no set scripture. Whatever precept you got, it just what what I feel through the Spirit would come to mind first.
Yeah,
when somebody says a spiritual Israelite.
Yeah, that scripture, Romans the 9th chapter, was the first one that popped up in my mind. But when you said the spiritual, I don't know if these people be thinking that we go off of skin color all the time, you know?
Right. When we got to that.
Yeah.
In fact, you read that just for the edification.
Yep, I'm gonna read that part.
Spirit, the Most High wanted the Spirit to change.
Yep, says, but I could wish that myself were accursed from Christ, for my brethren, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites, to whom pertaineth the adoption and the glory and the covenant.
It says the glory. All the nations, it says the Israelites are the ones who's going to get that glory. Not the Greeks or the white people. They don't say that. It's the Israelites.
Now, he did agree with that part, but he kind of goes off on that, like a Moabite to be an Israelite.
Yeah.
You know, that bullshit because he's spiritual. All right. Now, in order to be an Israelite, this way you gotta go way, way back. You know, that's why you gotta go way back and wonder who the Israelites are. You know, that's why we like you say a lot. This is not a religion. This is a nationality. All right. You were born in Israel. All right. You were born in Israel. Okay. It ain't no convert like Christian. It ain't no converting over. All right. And that's what this is going into. My brother, my kinsmen, according to the flesh, who are Israelites. Okay. According to the flesh.
Yeah, he said he's a reformed Christian. Where do you think they get that reformation from?
Right.
From what we teach. You know, he said it's a spiritual Israelite, but God knew he chose it from the beginning. So wait a minute. Who was at the beginning? You had his elect from the beginning. So all of a sudden, he had a bunch of Edomites with him from the beginning, when the Old Testament clearly speaks about the Israelites. Keep going.
It says the who pertaineth to the adoption and the glory and the covenant,
The covenant, the contract.
and the giving of the law.
That all breaks down itself. When you go to the flesh, the adoption contract, it sums it up right there. The giving of the law, which is the glory, the contracts, the adoption. Everything went to the Israelites. Keep going.
At the service,
Now, this is where he's going. This is why I wanted to get to that. Go ahead.
at the service of God.
That's an
And the
important one right
promises.
there. The service of God. The Israelites are the only ones that can serve God. But, right. But you got people that say that anybody can be any Moabite, Ammonite can be Israel.
Well, the second chapter on down just broke it all down. What else do you need? Right. Go ahead.
It says, and the promises, whose are the fathers, and of whom concerning the flesh Christ came,
For the flesh. So he came for the Israelites. Keep going.
who is over all, God bless forever. Amen.
Amon, so let it be. So that was it. But then, keep reading. Watch what happens.
God is told the word of God have taken not effect, but they are not all Israel, which are Israel.
Now, Paul letters are very confusing, wasn't it? Keep going. They're not all Israel that are Israel, right? Keep going.
Neither because they are the seed of Abraham are they all children, but in Isaac shall not seed be called.
That breaks it down. So get Genesis 17 and 17. And get Matthew 22, 38. Keep going.
Genesis.
No, keep going, and then he'll get that.
Yep. That is, they which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God.
Right. Read Genesis 17 and 17.
Yeah. This is Genesis 17 and 17. It says, Then Abraham fell upon his face and laughed and said in his heart, Shall a child be born unto him that is 100 years old? And shall Sarah that is 90 years old bear? And Abraham said unto Yahweh, Oh, that Ishmael might live before thee. And Yahweh said, Sarah, thy wife, shall bear thee a son indeed, and thou shalt call his name Isaac, and I will establish my covenant with him for an everlasting covenant, and with his seed after him.
That's it, but keep going.
It says, And as for Ishmael, I have heard thee, behold, I have blessed him, and I will make him fruitful, and will multiply him exceedingly. 12 princes shall he beget, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant, I used to just stop being an Ishmaelite out of nowhere.
So when you go back to this doctrine, I mean to this chapter, first of all, not everybody who claims to be an Israelite is going to be delivered. So they might say, you got to, that goes back to the Jew and the Gentile sort of thing. You're going to have, when you go to the definition of one of the definitions of ethnos in Greek or whatever, what that's saying, there was a lot of people who was claiming they were Israelites, but they would say, no, I'm not an Israelite. Like if you took a census right now, you got a majority of people say, no, I'm not Israelite. They'll say, I'm a Christian. I'm a Reformed Christian or whatever. But keep going.
It says, but my covenant will I establish with Isaac.
Right. So you got Hebrew Edomites, you got different Hebrews, but then you have a chosen line. Right? Because when Abraham had Isaac, Abraham had other children. But through that establishment came through Abraham and Isaac. Read that part again.
Yeah. It says,
so not all Israel is Israel. Go ahead.
Yeah. It says, but my covenant will I establish with Isaac.
Right. So what happened to everybody else?
Right.
He said he's going to establish his covenant with Isaac. Right? What happened to everybody else? So what happened to everybody else? Keep going.
Yeah. It says, but my covenant I will establish with Isaac,
right,
which Sarah shall bear unto thee at this set time in the next year.
Right. So this is proven. Paul is only reiterating what is being said in the Old Testament. This is why when they gave you the slave Bible, they gave us our own Bible, but they ripped a good portion of it out. They didn't want you to know this stuff. Get Matthew 22:32.
Yep. It's the book of Matthew, chapter 22, verse 32.
Because this guy said you can be a spiritual Israelite.
Right.
Let's see what Jesus has said.
Right. It says, I am the God of Abraham.
No, his name is not Jesus, by the way.
Yeah.
Yahweh said.
For them, right. It says, I am the God of Abraham.
Right.
I am the God of Isaac. And the God of Jacob.
Wait a minute. I thought you could be a spiritual Israelite. I thought everybody can partake in the covenants and the contracts and the givings of the law. Right. Read that over again.
God. It says, I am the God of Abraham.
God of Abraham, which we just read in Genesis 17.
Yeah. And the God of Isaac.
Right?
Yeah. And the God of Jacob.
Watch else. What else it says? What do you say about the other nations? Go ahead.
God is not the God of the day, but of the living.
Oh!
And that explains why our pastor, that explains why our pastor is doing, when everything blooms, when everything is springtime, when everything starts blooming, it comes, because God, that December 25th, 26th is that, Christmas or whatever. First off, December wasn't even a month at that time, nor November. All right, but second of all, you're putting, the day of so-called Jesus' birthday on the day when everything is dead and cold, everything is cold, which is natural. All right, it's every season is natural, but everything is dead, so that's impossible. All right, so
read that again. This Matthew 22:32.
Yep, this proves it here, man.
And really, what this is talking about is those other nations considered the dead.
Well, I was getting ready to get that,
go ahead. But that's true.
No, I got you. Yeah. It says, I am the God of Abraham.
The reason why he's keep going.
Right. And the God of Isaac and the God of Jacob. God is not the God of the dead, but of the living.
So this is also proven, going back to Genesis, going back to Romans, that what happened to the God of Ishmael, the God of Esau,
right?
Elam, right, and Ammon. Right. Although some of them are Hebrews, they're still not a chosen line.
And
654.
Not to go too deep into it, but Israel has different tribes,
different nations,
and they all got different spirits inside of that. The other nations got different examples and what they call it, idiosyncrasies of how they act as far as that nation is concerned. Ishmael, he said he was going to be a wild man. Those are the different the traits that are
different spirits.
That are unique onto those respective tribes. So just saying that you're an Israelite,
you can't just come up and say you're an Israelite unless you your spirit, number one, but your lineage and your spirit is of an Israelite. You just can't come up and say a Moabite can't come up and say, hey, I'm an Israelite. But really, you know what that's talking about too? you're gonna have a Moabite that come up that look like a Moabite is actually Israelite.
Which we done had one. He looked all nerdy and everything, but he was definitely an Israelite.
That's when St. John 6 and 63 come out. Right. When it says the spirit quickeneth the flesh profiteth nothing. That's when it's a spiritual thing. Because you're gonna have people look like other nations that are still our people.
Yeah. Like a freakish like it. Moabite looking guy could be a Benjaminite.
Yeah.
You know?
It goes beyond.
Could be a Hamite.
Yeah. Could be an Edomite.
Could be Edomite. You just never know. That's when the spirituality of it comes in. Get Romans 8:16. I heard y'all say that there was a certain requirement in Moab in order to be a samurai. You have to have Hebrew blood.
Yes. This is Romans 8:16. It says, the spirit itself bear witness with our spirit that we are the children of God.
Right.
Yeah,
so your spirit to have to bear witness with someone's spirit that we're the children of God. What is the children of God? He made a particular lineage. That's why in Leviticus 20, I believe 26, he said, I've severed you from other people. That's why you read Amos, the 3rd chapter. Somebody get that real quick.
This is Amos 3:1.
Turn up, session.
Hear this word. Hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying,
They said families too. That's another cut on that. You said families.
Yep, family.
All right. I can't go to somebody and say I'm spiritually in your family. Oh, come on, man.
You know what? Since you go in there and get Genesis 12:3.
Also, shalom to the brothers and sisters that be watching.
So, we're talking about the adoption, right? You adopt a badass kid that don't listen to you. You gonna let him go?
Or if they're a badass kid and they want to listen, you bring them back. Right. And that's what happened to us. We were badass children. We were adopted back. Because remember, we fell from glory. We were fallen angels. We fell from glory. Paul was talking about the adoption, meaning to go back. Brother, right though, you ain't gonna adopt no heathen.
Yeah.
You know, heathen can't be adopted because they're not part of the family.
You adopt a Hamite, you stop. You Hamite stop.
I said they're the dogs that lick again. You can't adopt a dog that's constantly hurt. Now, now in Deuteronomy 28:64, it says we will serve unto God. You might have a Hamite who grew up in the tradition with the bones in it, plate their mouth.
Smoke in a wilderness. That's why he had the Lord kind of like they died out right along with the heathens that was mixed in with the mixed multitude.
Go ahead. Genesis 12:3. This book of Genesis, chapter 12, verse 3. I thought the Reformed Christian was going to bring this out. Go ahead. It says, I will bless them that bless thee, and curse them that, it's like a curse that curseth thee. All right? It says, and indeed shall all families of the earth be blessed. Now, what you got to do is break that down piece by piece. He said, I will bless them that bless thee, right? And curse them that curseth thee. All those nations that lick the dogs that lick the wounds on the parable of Lazarus, they're going to be of a curse. But ultimately, they were all, like you had some of the nations saying, Israelites, come back into power so we can be at rest. So they're going to have a form of a blessing. But read that again. But that's talking about the Israelites. And we're going to show you that.
Verse 1 on this one is actually it breaks that down.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just reading a little bit. It says now, this is verse 1. Get verse 1 real quick.
12:1.
Yeah. Look at Genesis chapter 12, verse 1. It says, now the Lord have said unto Abraham, it says, get thee out of thy country. All right. It says, and from thy kindred, and from thy father's house unto a land that I will shew thee, and I will make thee a great nation.
Right. That's breaking that down.
Yep. It says, and I will, and that's the problem with you Christians, man. Y'all gotta read the whole thing. Yep. It said that's a habit I got now.
Yeah, because with Abraham, Ishmael, he thought that was the son that was going to bring the nation through. And he thought Ishmael was the one.
He had
He
it
was first.
Yeah. Then
Sarah wasn't able to have children.
Yeah.
Sarah at the time.
90. He was 90. Sarah was old too.
Yeah, I'm gonna start over verse 2. It says, and I will make thee a great nation, and I will bless thee. Right? So like verse 3, right? It says, and I will bless thee, and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Right? That is verse 3. It says, and I will bless them that bless thee, right? And curse him that curseth thee. All right. It says, and
who blessed us, man?
Right.
What nation gave us a blessing?
Right.
You know, I can show you which one that gave us a curse.
Yeah. The scripture, I think it's in Isaiah, where it says that the nation that don't come to you, right, that he's not even going to allow it to rain on them and all that stuff. But these nations, they're supposed to come and give us I think it say the forces of the Gentiles. They're supposed to give us their stuff. You know,
right. And that's why the Most High will put things in there and say, look, if you do this, just like he told the Israelites, if you be good, I will give you all the kingdoms and you would do this or that. But what did we do? We didn't. Deuteronomy 28:15. We went off. But the Most High put that in there. You do good. Well, what about the family? Why didn't they treat the Israelites good, man? Keep going.
Yep. It says, and indeed shall all families of the earth be blessed.
Now, go back to which one we was at? Amos 3:1.
3:1. This is Amos 3:1. It says, hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family, which I brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth.
He said, you only have I known for all the families
of the earth.
Right, that's it. He said, therefore I will punish you for your iniquity.
So then now you got to do is trace it back to this scripture at the last part. Indeed shall all families of the earth be blessed. And in that scripture, that's this little after. See, this is where you Christians get stumped at, man. You know, and even in this one, 12 and 1 through 3, it explained who was blessed. You know, it said kindreds and families. So all you got to do is connect the dots.
Yeah, it says all families, and he shall all families of the earth be blessed.
Yeah.
But then he says, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. And what are the families? Families are divided into nations. We'll show you that too in Acts 3:25. Right? But you had to present.
This is Isaiah 60:11. It says, therefore thy gates shall be open continually. It says, they shall not be shut day nor night, that men may bring unto you the forces of the Gentiles, and that their kings may be brought. It says, for the nation and kingdom that will not serve you shall perish.
And what service? We was only in peace for a short amount of time.
Right.
So they didn't really serve us, man.
Right.
So guess what? They won't perish.
Yep.
Like dung. Go ahead.
Yep. This is Acts 3:25. It says, ye are the children of the prophets and of the covenant which God made with our fathers, saying unto Abraham, and into thy seed shall all the kindreds of the earth be blessed.
And I would have just read it, Genesis 12:3. Wait a minute. But notice, he made a distinction here. He put kindreds in there instead of families. That's how the universalism practices got going. They didn't think we would pick this up. Go to kindreds in that definition.
This is
they figure you see the families or nations. When it says Revelation 7 and 9, I saw multitudes of nations. Well, you know, nations are Israelites, divided into nations. Go ahead.
Yep. This is kindred And the blue letter,
That blue letter is a soft sport, man. Go ahead.
it says, the biblical usage, it says lineage running back to some progenitor ancestry.
Progenitor goes back to phylogeny, which means seed, or like spermia, seed, right? Going back to the same nature. Go ahead.
Yeah. It says a nation or a tribe,
Right.
a group of families, all those who in a given people lay claim to a common origin,
Right.
the Israelites.
Right. What? What?
The Israelites.
Now read up before that again. So we have to run families again. Go ahead.
It says,
Oh, this is tune-up work. You know, we deal with the Christians. Go ahead.
it says lineage running back to some progenitor ancestry, a nation or a tribe, a group of families,
Families. Right. Go ahead.
all those who in a given people lay claim to a common origin,
Right. Yep.
the Israelites,
The Israelites.
which distributed into 12 tribes. This, descended from the 12 sons of Jacob.
Right. Is that it? Oh yeah. Go ahead.
Well, these were divided into families,
There we go again.
which were divided into houses.
Nations. There you go.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah. There goes. There's more.
Family.
And then they say, oh,
in a wider sense, nation, people.
there we go.
I got the definition for tribe.
Go ahead.
It says a social division in a traditional society consisting of families.
I got something for you real quick to back that up. Got the definition of family.
You know, you got to jab that. Bow, knock the wind out of his ass. And then he's ready to come with the right call. You know?
And do it repeat.
That's why we deal with the Christians, right? You don't go with the heavy hit first. You got to break them down. And little jabs. That's why the brothers, y'all brothers did good. Y'all was asking the question, so what about this? What about that? So what about this? You get a spirit riled up. And then you come with the right cross, the hook to the body. And then on the overcast right hook. You got to be the right, the spiritual side, the right side.
Sometimes the jab is not
Sometimes the jab is knocked out. We had that when they ran down the street. Vocabbing them is real easy, man.
Oh yeah,
They're easy work.
they just making shit up now.
They just make it up and it's going. Well, wait a minute. It said here that it's like unto fine brass is a big burn in a furnace.
Then he tried to go fast and try to change his voice and try to go over it.
Yeah. It was like it, but when you're reading Old English, it would say like it. So they took it, and as they translated it, they switched it a little. So it was like in unto fine brass. Obviously, his feet is not actually fine brass, but it was likened unto fine brass. And everybody get the definition. They think brass is like that golden trumpet or that flute. Brass don't look like that. That's some bullshit that devil did, just like he did with the diamonds. Said the diamonds were wealthy. Well, he lied about everything. That's what he did here.
Or even people thinking that vanilla is white. You look at
Exactly.
vanilla is black.
And the funny part is when I looked at you, when you type in fine brass, you go to images, it shows a dark complexion.
Fine brass is actually dark.
Really dark.
And then it's refined. Refined. What it means by fine, it means refined brass. And what do you take when you take refined brass and then it burned in a furnace? Right? And let's say they say, okay, it's glowing. Everybody think this glowing is white or red or whatever. You can glow without having to be white, man.
And burn is past.
It's past.
So it already killed it right there. That killed it right there. Burn. They don't say burning. They say as it burn.
But let's say it is burning. When you look at fine brass, which is very black, and is burning in the furnace, you got a glowing black color.
Yeah.
And that's all he's saying, because you have to understand that there was no need for John to write Jesus' complexion, because it was already known that everybody was so-called black. But he had a unique complexion, like the king of Europe that they called the Niger, or when you read Acts 13 when it talks about Barnabas, Simeon called Niger. it wasn't that fact that we had to make a distinction in the Bible that, wait a minute, these guys are actually black. They were already known. We already had different tones. But it was beautiful to be a darker, glowing complexion.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the ancient world was totally different from that.
Yeah. Right.
Wow.
Yeah. And with the way that Yahweh was dressed, you know, the just that glorious body that he had, you know, of course, like for example, like y'all broke down darker complexion, and, you know, in a different body, that melanin is going to be popping. You know,
He made sure his son was well melanated.
yeah.
Most time, make sure his son was well melanated. Well, melanation is a gift. That's why
Nowadays, you got melanin, they call you dark. Yeah. But that thing, man, that's a good thing to have melanin.
Yeah.
That's all
I got to do.
Yeah.
got from slavery.
They're going to start running to them. Oh my gosh, you got the dark.
Precious jewel.
But then they say, what they say is forget about the past.
Yeah.
It's old. We need to forget about slavery.
Yeah.
But then you got men calling, us calling each other names because we're darker than others. That's all a product of slavery and Christianity. Because the Christians did that. you got to remember there was Christians who did not want us to be Christians. It wasn't that they were all forced us to be Christians. We had a group of them who didn't want us to be Christians because they figured that we were cursed people. We were cursed. They called us mud people. And that they're cursed black people. We don't want black people up in our church. So the Reformationists at that time said, well, give them their own church. So they won't be up in there together. We know that makes everybody happy. We can use Christianity to help. And they use the Bible to help tame us.
It's like the Mormons.
Yep.
They said the girl did a video the other day. He found out that the Mormons started letting Jake in the early 1900s. Ain't that something? Yep. The Mormon, because they say it's a curse to be dark or black. Really? Yeah.
Really? If I can say this, if I can say this, right? I just pulled this up. This is Esau is a fuck devil, man. I pulled up a lot to you not. I pulled up tall, dark, and handsome. There's all white people on this motherfucker. Look, man, like this guy is under tall, dark, and handsome. Is that popping up on there?
Give me a second.
Would you look up again?
Tall, dark, and handsome.
Right.
There you go.
How is he dark?
What's that?
Tall, dark, and handsome.
Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. Oh, let me see it. That's some deceiving ass shit.
These guys they pop up tall, dark, and handsome. Ain't nobody up there that's actually dark.
Yeah.
Dark skin.
Yeah.
But what John the Revelator saw, he saw a tall, dark, and handsome man. Not this guy, man. Okay.
I guess they would consider this dark. According to Esau. Come on, man. I mean, anybody with a quarter of a fucking brain will see that something's wrong with that, man. Mm-hmm. You know? Mm-hmm. But people are so goddamn deceived these days, they will go for that. Mm-hmm. You know? How the hell is that even dark, man?
Yeah. The word dark, right? It says a dark color or shade, especially in a pink. Okay? But y'all side that skin like five brasses, if it's burned, it's burned. You burn anything, you burn a white piece of paper, it's gonna come out black. Okay? He saw a tall, dark, shade skin, melanated man. Okay? And the Lord made sure that his son looked like that. Okay? If he looked like a so-called white man, okay, he would have described him in that sense, man. But you look at the way that Esau tried to turn certain words ruddy.
Yeah.
Ruddy is red.
Anything to say just to say it's not black.
Yeah.
so-called dark. You know,
Ruddy is a dark brownish, like nearly a little tint of a velvet type, but it's more of a brown dark.
Yeah, dark brown, brownish, red, brown, but it's more brown than it's red. You know?
Like a really, really brown tint.
But that Esau, what it described them. Genesis the 25th chapter. If somebody can get that. So we have the description of what Esau looks like in the Bible, man. If we didn't have this description, right, we would be lost on who the Edomites are and who they actually look like today. You know, but this is given in there. All scriptures is given, you know, by inspiration of God, man, for a reason, for a purpose. Okay? Who wrote the book of Genesis? It was Moses.
Those were the first 5 books.
Yeah, Moses wrote it. You know, was Moses there? Was Moses there when he saw Esau coming out Rebecca? Was he there? No. So the Lord put it into Moses' spirit to be able to write this. Okay, that's why you see the Lord's name and all that stuff. You know, they say Abraham wasn't given the name. When you see the Lord name, because the Lord gave the name to Moses. You know, and Moses filled in the breaks pretty much. You know, but that whole thing is all a story that's being told. You know, you got it. Yeah. So that we can get it for today. Genesis 25. 25. All this stuff was written for our learning, man.
It says, this is Genesis 25 and 25. It says, and the first came out red all over.
Let's get that definition for red. See what that says. Because if Yahweh Shah looked red, he would have said they look red, you know, like the color of a siren.
Right.
You know, or whatever was red back then.
That's the case. We'll give him pitchforks and a
Genesis 25, right?
Yeah, 25 and 25.
Then that other stuff, they say it was olive complexion. But there's most different colors of olive. Then you got black olive.
I'm about to say if it was red, it would mention just like how Esau's mentioned is red. Red is a hairy garment.
Right.
But
Now,
it doesn't say that for the Lord.
Right here, under red, it says ruddy. So that shows you how it describes Esau as red right here. It's saying that he's ruddy, right? In that context, but that's not what he. It didn't say King David, I believe. It said that he was ruddy.
Well, when you look up, when you go into ruddy, and as far as Merriam-Webster, it says red-ish, which means not quite red. Esau is all the way red. He's always been all the way red. So it's impossible for it to be talking about Esau if he's already red, not red-ish.
Now, I'm gonna get this word, ruddy, right? And it says the same thing, but the blue letter, it goes off sometimes, man. You know, but it say reddish of the hair or the complexion.
Right.
You know.
Esau be looking like I don't know if you see the tiger type. Esau look like you know that colossal type. You know, skinless. Yeah. You know, all that red.
Actually, it's a derivative of red.
It is.
You know, different. You got different shades of red as well.
I mean, believe it or not, we have like a tint of a red. If to believe it or not, sometimes like in our skin, we have a tint of a red. Because our melanin, our blood too. But our blood and melanin is protected. It's protected. Esau has no protection. That's why he's red, not reddish.
Right. Translucent. So the blood shows through the skin.
Yeah.
When you look at what you sent the video a while ago, it was last year. They put that sunscreen on. The reason to protect them is it's melanin. You know, you put a black light over, they look black. You know, they all look like really, really black, really, really dark.
Sometimes.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah. Wow.
Suntan lotion. That's why it protects them. So they that right there pretty much says that the sun don't even. That's probably why they keep trying to
block out the sun.
like that. Right?
You know, it's funny because that's basically like the Lord saying that this is what y'all could look like without any melody, basically.
Yeah.
And
It's like a layer of skin.
Yeah. Can you get that?
But King David he had melanin, man.
That's right.
You go through the layers of skin, where the hairs come from. It's kind of where the same color of the hair is like black in there. But Esau, they got blonde, so we don't know how that's protection.
Yep.
And blonde hair is a rare condition. These people they blonde hair. She like she got blonde hair, but she actually has darker than that. She actually blonde hair. Right. You got that Jeremiah?
Yeah. This is Jeremiah chapter 14 and verse 2. It says, Judah mourning. You can start at 1. Okay. This is verse 1 of Jeremiah 14. It says, the word of the Lord that came to Jeremiah concerning the dirt. It says, Judah mourning, and the gates thereof languish. They are black unto the ground, and the cry of Jerusalem is gone up. Yeah. It says,
now when you see that black unto the ground, that's not really talking about in a nutshell skin color. To a degree it is, because that was just going to the morning. Like when we mourn, we get dark. You get that dark complexion. You never see an Edomite mourn and get black. So we know through process of elimination, that's still talking about somewhat skin color, but us mourning. Because when you go into that terminology, it means you suffer.
Yeah, it says, and their nobles have sent their little one to the water. They came to the pits and found no water. They returned with their vessels empty. They were ashamed and confounded and covered their heads because the ground is chapped, but there was no rain in the earth. The plowmen were ashamed. They covered their heads. They hide also calves in the field and forsook it because there was no grass. And
our people don't know. They don't have no understanding. The Lord put you in the captivity. You're supposed to be this powerful people. We had all these nations under subjection under us. But that's something that came back to haunt us. By having them in subjection and teaching them our ways, that came back to haunt us. Teaching, that's what the scriptures say. That why trimmest thou ways to seek love? Because the Lord set Israel up on high. I think that's Jeremiah, the second chapter. What's that? Why trimmest thou ways to seek love? Because our people have taught the so-called white man was in the Caucasus Mountains, man. They ain't have no language on all fours and shit, man. They ain't even have no language, man. That's a joke.
Nettle of the brave, 30 and go 35.
But our people, right? They tried to civilize them. You got that?
Yeah. This tree.
This is Job chapter 30, verse 5. It says, they were driven forth from among men.
Yeah. Go ahead, keep going.
Yeah. They cried after them as after a thief.
Yeah, because when you saw Edomite back then, you get away from me. Get away from that. Get away from the farmland. Get away from me, you devil.
Yeah. Or you beast.
Yeah. Like you see a raccoon or something, get away.
Yeah. Look how the Most High lifted them up.
Lifted them up.
That's only.
Look at this.
Yeah, get that in, I don't know if you hold it.
I would have ran that guy away, man. You see him in the kingdom?
We're going to bring a precept out of what he just read in Job 35.
Wearing underwear until it disintegrates.
God, right.
Yeah, the elders read the books. Yeah, he put that out there. All that, their clothes, like when you look at the Flintstones, that's how they were. They wear them garments, you know, the raggedy garments. They cleaned it up on the Flintstones to make Betty's shit look like it got the extra little cuts.
Yeah.
But it was really just a shabby garment that they wore, man. And they're making they're actually prophesying being prophetic at themselves.
Funny enough, they wore the same thing every day.
So that's after, the Roman Empire and all that. Then they went down. They went totally down. And that shows you how powerful the Heavenly Father is. Because they were set up as the Roman. The Heavenly Father took them back down to a lower state, which they came from. And lifted them back up. It took us, we was up. And then he took us down.
Well,
He's about to raise us back up.
Book of First. This is the book of First Samuel.
It's going to show you the scriptures.
Yep.
Precepts.
All right, here we go. Yep. The book of First Samuel, chapter 2, verse 7. It says, "The Lord Yahweh Bahashim Yahushai maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up."
Right, so that's what he was just bringing in. He bring them low and then lift them back up. Go ahead.
Verse 8. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust and lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill.
Right, the beggar out of the dunghill. Right, that's a low state.
That's very low state.
And he lift them up, man. He lift the Edomites up from the dunghill. You know what a dunghill is? All the shit.
That's how low they were. That shit coming back. And remember that I don't remember where it was at. I got it seen, but they sold bird shit for a couple pieces of silver, something like that. You know, with the brass past. Yes, this is coming back. This is to set them among princes and to make them inherit the throne of glory.
Right, this is their throne of glory. And he set them among the Israelites.
Oh, yeah. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord.
So every time this man is set up in power, it's because of the Lord. He raises them up and bring them down. How can you take a low creature like that, man? Like, Edomites is compared to the lowest of dogs. Dogs had more of a natural instinct to do things than Edomites. You know what I'm saying? But now, he's controlling that. This is why our water is messed up. This is why you got to walk in the store and you'll see Whole Foods, organic, and then you'll see, I don't know what else that shit is. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And even the organic food is messed up.
Yeah.
You think you're going in a Whole Food store? Yeah, it's super healthy.
Yeah.
I'll take some organic fruit. You know, you got it. First of all, you got hybrids, right? Which hybrids I'll eat. You know, bananas are hybrid. You got cabbage that's hybrid. Those are nothing but fruits put together and combined to make something else. But then you have GMO, genetically modified stuff, where they're taking the seeds out, or the genetic part out of the seed, extracting the genetic roots out of the seed, so the seed can procreate. So this is where you get watermelons with no seed, with no black seed, with no seed. You know, so you cut it open. Yeah, it's on sale.
Yeah.
And you chop that shit open like,
Where the hell the
what
seeds
the
at?
hell?
It is, they white.
So
Don't have no black seeds up in there.
when you try to grow these fruits, and they grow up, and they come out and they grow, you say, ain't doing good. And the insects eat them. That's why, because the enzymes ain't in there. Those are genetically modified seeds. They did that shit on purpose. They don't want you having no gardens and shit like that. Your garden is not going to last for so long unless you get some real shit. Real seeds real fruit that comes up has a natural enzyme in it that repels insects. But now you got to go to Home and Garden. They're eating up my tomato.
Yeah,
So they got to spray the shit all over there.
Insecticide.
Insecticide.
Yeah.
What? They gotta have a license to go fish.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Permit.
The beautiful waters of the earth.
Yeah.
And to hunt.
And a hunt.
They got that for you. Got to have a license to hunt.
They say you can get like 1 or 2 fishes, but you gotta throw it back. Like if you know when the outside throw feeder, they would have had to do all this.
As if this man
We had a whole network.
right? As if they weren't overfishing, overhunting, overkilling. Well, that's what I was gonna say because they tell you like all of us can go try to go get some fish, but then they take them ships out at sea and they go fishing and they pulling tons of fish. It's all about taxing. We got brothers in the truth. The brothers in Trinidad, the brother sent me a video. They be out way out in the ocean, man. Fishing. Really? Yeah, man. They said it's different out there. I understand it though, because I swam out in the ocean.
Yeah, you said you swim out there.
Yeah, and it's man, it's quiet, but it's different.
Yeah.
It ain't like nothing like it's shit like you ain't never heard, man. It's different. It's a different feeling. They got underwater rivers and shit like that. It's crazy. The water is amazing, man. Go ahead. Different plant life, different animals, all kinds of different things. Yeah, you got plants that grow in the water. Some of you, there's certain plants you can't overwater, they'll die. There's certain plants that you got to get sun to, they'll die. But then there's plants that can grow in the dark. You know?
Oh, they got, I was watching on History Channel, they got fish that light with lights on.
Yeah.
What? That's in the deep part of the ocean.
Yeah.
That's how they get around.
You said what?
Oh,
You talking about the anglerfish?
Oh, it's different kinds. The starfish.
Yeah.
You got different ones.
Yeah, you got the anglerfish. They'll puff up and they have lights. They got like a antenna.
That's it.
Yep.
This is like the bugs that you see light up at night. You know,
Lightning bugs.
Yeah,
Yeah, lightning bugs.
It's like the little fireflies. They just stay lit. They just fly around. So you know, this is the most beautiful creation that this man is going to make it stick.
I don't see lightning bugs anymore.
I don't either. Yeah.
I may see one.
They usually come around like July, August, something like that. Like, yeah.
I used to catch them.
Me too. Put them in a jar.
Yeah.
Watch them light up.
Psalm 2 and 8. It says, "Ask of me, and I shall give you the heathen for your inheritance." The inheritance is when somebody passes away and you get their belongings, the things that belong to them. It says, "For your inheritance," so we're going to inherit the heathen. Okay. It says, "And the uttermost parts of the earth for your possession." Right? There's going to be different lands that are going to be that's going to be created once these missiles are set off. You know, because during the flood, right? It was the lands were split. You can kind of see that. So they call it what, Pangea, which I think Pangaea or Pangea means all earth. Like it was all land mass.
You see where Africa, the continent of Africa, America, it's a bit like a puzzle.
Yeah. That was during the flood. You know,
Who got a picture of it?
Matt, we got the map. It's in the bag.
Yeah, because
You should have a world map.
What?
They said that's what's happening with California. It's starting to break peace off with it across California. That's what they said. It's starting.
Yeah, you can kind of see that if you squeeze it all together.
And they just got it broken up.
Yeah.
But you can see it right here where it loops in. This section open here will come right in there.
Okay.
Or if you had another map, they just
So, but you can see it.
on a regular map, you can really see it. So, see where it was
Right now, I forgot what they say that the percentage of the the world is as far as water, but it's mostly water.
Yeah, it's more
You
water.
know,
Like
but
70%.
the Lord is going to make a whole new landscape.
And it's more land that they don't let us to go. You know, they got that on lockdown. You saw.
The
They don't let
you
us
got land under the sea.
Yeah.
You know, all of that is land. You know, and then you got the earth. It creates more. You know, it creates more land. You know, but what the scriptures, the uttermost part of the world, when the Lord sends those nuclear missiles and destroys America, a lot of that water is going to be done away with. It's going to be in different places. You know, it's going to be fresher water, right? Because a lot of this water, the Lord got to get this water out of there, man. Yeah. That's stank and all that. So the Lord got to do away with that. You know, but when the missiles are shot off, that cleanses everything. The water, the atmosphere is going to be different. You're going to have different lands, you know, and a lot of those different animals and things that we didn't see back then.
Yeah.
Or now, we're going to see them in the future, man.
Yeah.
Back, if you were on the 2064, get the world map. Yeah, I'll put it on.
You know that also is a part in the ocean where the oceans don't even meet. Well, they meet, but they don't cross each other.
They're different bodies of water.
Yeah.
It's a line. That's right.
Pacific and Atlantic.
Different.
Exactly.
Go there, it's just a whole split. One side of the water is more green fish.
Let me pull it through. Yeah.
Got it. Yep. The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28, verse 64. It says, "And the Lord shall scatter thee among, the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other." Now you got the eastern hemisphere, and then you have the western hemisphere. When you deal with America, right over here is Alaska, America. This is the end of the earth. You know, I crossed the hard work that out, and it made sense. Now that's the end of the earth, from one end to the other. Meaning, like when you look at the USSR, right, Soviet Union, or Russia, let me say that. That pretty much goes around pretty much the globe. In Alaska, what's that president who had during the time of Kennedy, who Kennedy was mad at? Give him a seat. I forgot his name. That president, he put the missiles right towards America. Because on the other side, let me see. Yeah, go ahead. What the fuck is his name? Cuba's president.
Castro?
Oh, Castro. Yeah.
Yay! I mean, no, one side is green and one side is blue.
And it's too light.
Yo, that's
So
amazing.
people actually recorded right over it.
It's like yeah, it probably won't pick it up.
So you had like America gets pissed off when Castro from Cuba aimed missiles, and they start talking about it's what they call that, national security.
Let me see if it's right.
But America can go over another country and set up missiles.
So it's too bad.
They helping Ukraine.
It's definitely too
Everybody, America can help everybody, but nobody can help nobody else. You know?
Somebody said, I'm the one I bought.
So shut up, on, brother.
He said that the sun rises from the beginning of the earth and sets at the end of the earth. The America's western hemisphere. That's it. The sun rises in the east and sets in the west.
That's why we face the east. It's a break. Yep. And the Most High said He's going to scatter us from one end of the earth even to the other. What's really going to all America is where the majority of the children of Israel is at. Because he scattered us here. That was all divine and planned by the Most High anyway. The whole time we'd have never knew the northern tribe when they came here to escape from King Shalimazar V, when they floated over here. They didn't know this was going to be their captivity. Oh, yeah. Can you imagine going to a home? Yeah, that look nice. Yeah. And you get up in there, and all of a sudden all the doors get boarded up. People come there and rape you and beat you. If you'd have known that, you would have never went.
Yeah, right. Yeah. They was here for a while, probably about almost 1,000 years until Esau came up.
Yep. 1,500 years.
1,500, yeah.
Peaceful. So that's why they were so docile. When Columbus went down in Brazil, they had what you call the Brazil and Indian Company. When they went down in there, they said it was only like 10 of them soldiers. And it was like 50 Native Indians. They all got scared and ran. Because they grew up in a docile state of mind. Yeah. They didn't know nothing about war and conquering and fighting.
They was helping the Edomites out.
So so they conquered them, and Edomites hired them to help conquer other natives.
Dirty Moses.
Dirty as shit. But that was the Most High broke our asses down. The Most High put a whooping on our ass, man.
Yeah.
Look at our people now. Yeah. They're mad at us for what we teach them. Yeah. That's all a few of them. Yeah. You know? Yeah. Because they docile. Yeah. Because we went against the Lord. You know? We went against the Most High. So now, the Lord really, it's humiliation too. Because we were always a strong ass people, man. Was me and you talking about that? We had mentioned the other day that for us to go through that, right? That should put fear on Esau itself. For us to be strong to go through something like that, man. That torture that they put us through. All right. We are a strong people, but the Lord, man, he put the lowest of the low people over us, man. That's humiliation, man. The Lord is really angry, man. He's showing his anger, man. That's straight up anger, man. That's pure rage. We got anything to say about that. We're pretty much the woman.
It's talk with us.
Outside, we got it all. That's like finding your wife. Listen. One naked chick beating out the window. No, that's true. It hurts.
Yes. Yes.
This is Ecclesiastes 10 and 5. It says, there is an evil which I have seen under the sun. Is an error which proceeds from the ruler, the Most High. Right? So the King Solomon, right? He was a king. He was like, he saw this that had happened. He was like, that's an evil thing. Like the Lord is playing around like it's a joke. We made a mistake, right? It says folly is set in great dignity, and the rich sit in low place. It says, I have seen servants upon horses and princes walking as servants upon the earth.
He saw a vision. And he saw a glimpse into the fruit. And he was looking at us. He was calling the princes like, hey, those are princes. Why are they servants? Back then. What? And servants on horses. So he's like, they the servants. What do they want horses? So just did a total flip. Like if you was to bring one of us back from for the past, the ancient days. And see now, we wouldn't even believe. Like, what the? Yeah.
Right, go on a total rampage.
Yeah. That's how far we fell. We destroyed them. This is Amos chapter 3, verse 1. It says, hear this word that the Lord has spoken against you, O children of Israel, against the whole family, which I have brought up from the land of Egypt, saying, you only have I known of all the families of the earth. Therefore, I will punish you for all your iniquities.
Yeah, you try to get one of those people from back then, today, they would look at these women, see their hair, be like, what the fuck?
Right.
You know?
They be ready to go on straight up right. They be ready to fucking kill everything. I'm talking about the animals too, man. They be ready to kill everything.
Yeah.
You know? That explains why the Lord had to erase our memory from, or somewhat of our memory from, like from detail to detail. We would lose. We would absolutely lose. We would be considered uncivilized, man.
The wife talking back to you.
Oh man, you be ready to put her ass to death. Some jakes do. Some jakes do, man. That spirit is being brought back.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, about the woman that got ran over 3 times.
God damn.
She got ran over 3 times by a car. But she got ran over the first time, got up, ran over again, and then ran over again, and she lived. She's suffering like hell, though.
That Jake, he went on.
Somebody trying to park. Somebody trying to park, bro. And see, that's what we talk about, man. That's Jake. You know, that's Jake.
Yeah, they see the hairstyles that these niggas be having.
It's all the same hairstyle. Every time I turn around, it's Jake with the same hairstyle. All this be faded, without nothing but twists all over the head, over the top.
Yeah.
Same hairstyle.
One of those man buns.
This Jake he killed the girl. Then you know, put the baby in a. It was on the news. The girl put the baby in a garbage, in a trash, and the baby died. He killed her. So that, like the Akim was saying, the elder was saying, that spirit coming back on these Jakes. Oh man, you know. And she put the baby in the garbage.
Yeah, man.
You know?
Yeah. These women these days have no business having children. You know, they really don't.
Half of them don't. They go to the parent plan.
It's probably, you know what? Abortion is probably good for these children, man. You know, abortion is probably better off for these children, man, because these women, that's the Lord putting the spirit on them to do that. You know, these women today have no business having children, man. You know, putting them in microwaves, putting them in ovens, you know, stuffing them in trash bags and tossing them in the dumpster.
And they've been doing that for
Put them
years.
in plastic bags, put them in the closet.
Yeah.
Years.
But you know what they do? You don't know what she's going through.
Yeah. But then you say black bitches that be talking about the slavery. What did they do to our children in slavery? The same thing, man. The same goddamn thing.
They don't need you. They don't need to do it now. They just use you to do it.
Making bets, cut the woman. You know, I ain't gonna go into detail about it. Might get flagged for it.
Yeah.
This is funny enough.
We're going through a lot of generational bull crap, you know, generational curses. So, you know, our parents didn't have their parents to teach them, you know, and this is all learned stuff, man. You know, like for example, your parents probably never taught you how to brush your teeth or something, you know, because they ain't never get taught to brush their teeth. And you wonder why grandma don't got no teeth in her mouth, you know. But this is all the, you know, Esau's doing, man. You know, and then look at the fact that they put what they call it, fluoride and all the toothpaste and all that stuff. Ain't no knowledge here, man. You know, damn.
And they almost set to have to do things like that for processing purposes. And they shouldn't be doing that because we should be able to do it ourselves. We taught to raise, crop, farm. They got special branches that you can use. Yep. That you can, it's like charcoal as a cleansing agent as well.
Right.
Yep. You can still buy that.
You can?
I was gonna say that the we're kings were some type of royalty in the past. We're not nowhere near how we were in the past. And what we're going through right now is nowhere near how we're going to be in the mindset in the kingdom. You know, we will have different bodies, of course, you know, but our whole mentality and everything is going to be on a whole different vibration in the kingdom. Yeah, you know,
When you look in the water, when you got bottom water filters,
Red and all that.
first cut it on, you see the foamy stuff come out. That's charcoal. That's how they purify water with charcoal.
yeah.
Like, you can take charcoal pills absorbs all the bad nutrients. I mean, the poisons in your body. You know what? When somebody tries to commit suicide, you know what they give them charcoal.
Yeah.
Charcoal.
From the earth. Charcoal is just burnt up wood. That's all charcoal is. That's what through the tree, into the water. That was burnt up wood. That purified it. You know? What? I learned that from a freaking video game.
Oh, I'm about to say, I thought that was actual, because I heard about that one, but I knew it was actual coal they used, but it was a certain type of coal.
Yeah,
I think it was a mineral coal. I forgot the name of it.
Yeah, coal could be, that comes from like caves and stuff like that.
It was a certain mineral coal they also used to even heal with wounds. I forgot what it was called. I got to look that one up again.
I got this right here. This is Ecclesiastes 1:9. It says, the thing that has been, it is that which shall be. And that which is done is that which shall be done. There is no new thing under the sun. Right? We under the sun. We're not new. You know? If we were whatever we were back then, right? We had a low estate right now. You know? the foods that we eat and you know the thoughts that come to our mind, we don't have as nearly as much of a king mindset as we had back then. But when we go to we read that scripture earlier, the air, as long as he is a child, he differs nothing from a student. You know, we in the beginning processes of learning what it takes to be a king. Yes. You know. And then when we get there, of course, that's the Holy Spirit guiding into you into all the truth. You know. Say, is there anything where it may be said, see, this is new? It has been already of old time, which were before us. Yeah. And that's what the brother was brought out. What the Lord had to, throughout all the generations and us losing who we were as a people, he had to, he couldn't keep us with the same mindset, the same memory of all those things. He had to change that. Because if we knew everything and we come back with the same memory as Israelites, all these people would be dead.
Everybody be nuts.
Everybody be crazy. You know?
Also, it was called coal oil. It's from shale. Okay. That's what it was.
Okay. It says, there is no remembrance of former things. Right? Right now, we can't put it to our remembrance through the Holy Scripture.
Yes.
Right? Yes. It says, neither shall there be any remembrance of things that are to come with those that shall come after. Okay? No one will remember what we are doing now. You know? Ain't nobody going to, in the kingdom, this, we had to go all the hallways. Yeah, we ain't going to teach him that. We ain't going to have it in the kingdom. It's going to be like a bad dream. But right now, we got to deal with it, you know? We at a lower state, you know? Bodies decaying, you know? Yeah. You get old, your body start hurting and stuff. Yeah. And it's going to be crazy because we see women talk back to us and stuff like that. Yeah. They ain't going to do that. No. The Lord just going to switch like a light switch. Yeah.
We're not empowered.
Right.
See, women go where the power is. It's all about power.
I like it when this scripture says, I got the power. A twinkling of an eye. We shall all be changed. That's not even a blink. That's a twinkle. Yeah. That's a millimeter. That's a half a second.
Yeah. Let me get a scripture. Okay. Ecclesiastes 6:10. It says, that which have been is named already.
That's the reason.
6. 6 and 10. That which has been is named already. Most High said he's Alpha and Omega. You know?
Yeah.
So when you had them, remember back in the 70s, the bell bottoms, they was wearing them, and they wear them today, they try to call them something else. Yeah. That shit was nothing but bell bottoms, man.
It was already out back then.
It was already out. It goes on to say, let's see. Dang, I lost it. How my phone go back out? Okay, here we go. It says that which has been is named already, and it is known that it is man, right? And it is known that it is man, neither may he contend with him that is mightier than he. So there's no way continuing to fight, argue, and try to get on power. There's no way that you are going to take down this white man by himself. That should be noted on the black, and when them black pups come up, we need to stand.
They do it. They do it.
So, we don't sit back. You know, you're a bunch of cowards. Look, we cowards drinking our wine. Watching you niggas get your ass blown away. But you sit there, you ain't doing it though. You know, you ain't doing shit. You ain't doing shit. All you doing is sitting on the couch going, "Oh, coward, all this, all that." Get your lazy ass up on that dirty ass couch and do something. They ain't doing a damn thing.
Well, remember that we had that one black freedom fighter come up. It was like, y'all should get on, get guns, go up to that court system, start fighting. I'm like, the court system right over there.
What's that guy named Grandmaster J? Yeah. He tried that shit. They locked us black ass right up in the courthouse. That is big black. This dumb nigga.
He had all them guns and they shoot not one.
Not one cop.
Not one.
Not one. Y'all couldn't even read.
And then when they did shoot, they shot themselves.
Yeah, they shot one by accident. They scared.
Damn, that's bad.
What a joke. Man. The scripture says you can't deliver yourself, man. That was a video. They was in either 7-Eleven or They was doing it there. You know, hey, how y'all doing? How y'all doing? You know, swiping their cards and everything. I'm like, I thought y'all was so against this shit. Yeah. You know, you're still under the authority of the Most High.
That shows
black conscious Negroes who think you're gonna take down a white man by yourself, you are sadly mistaken. That's what we read in 1 Samuel 2:7. The Lord raises up the beggar and brings the mighty down. Let me read that again. That which has been is named already. You niggas tried this with the Sakari back in ancient times. You tried to take down the white man. And you see what happened. So you ain't doing nothing new, right? And it is known that it is a man, that it is man, neither may he contend with him that is mightier than he. Right? What you gonna do? What you gonna do, man? Why don't you go? So you could first of all, this man got a military. They got weapons for World War II that they would drop and destroy a whole city.
They can't even get past level 1, and that's the police.
No, they can't get past the police.
Level 1.
They barely get past that. And then when the National Guard comes in, it's a wrap.
And they can come out with them muskets that they had, them one shot. Bring one of them Columbus guys.
Packing the gunpowder like the fuse.
Well, sharpshooter, kill it.
Oh, they use the same gun they used to Abraham Lincoln. That's a one shot, one kill. You can't use that gun.
Mm-hmm.
At least unless you take a few hours to go.
All right, go ahead, brother. That was more than
1 and 12. It says, "I the preacher."
Oh, I know that. I just read the 11.
Yeah, I read 12.
Go ahead, bring it up.
Ecclesiastes 3:15. It said, "That which have been is now, and that which is to be have already been, and God required that which is past." I was just hoping. Yeah. So everything that happened in the past is for the future. You know, yeah. A lot of young black conscious, they say, or you know, any of it. The past don't matter. The past don't matter. Yeah. Well, this scripture proves them wrong. It said the Heavenly Father required that which is past.
Woo! The other thing it says, though, woo! They gave you the Bible, It's a white man's religion. So they gave you the Bible. First of all, we was in slavery. And they really didn't even use the Bible in slavery. You know what I'm saying? You own the people. The Most High allowed them to use the Bible to do that. They used our own book against us. Yeah. So think about it. They ripped out a lot of the pages of the Bible because the way we thought was unique. So they needed to use our records to help enslave us. Because they knew we was fond of that kind of behavior. So what they did is say, we know how to civilize these Negroes. They believe in loving one another, being brotherly to one another.
Yeah.
Let's trick them out. And that's what they did. They gave us the Bible. They took out the Old Testament. They took out a lot of the New Testament. The slave Bible only had like 30 pages.
And that's all.
And they told us we couldn't read it, so they took all the books out. And then they made us read it.
Really those were the Israelites that was getting together studying Jacob. And they was passing it on to other, plantation owners. Tell them how you have Jacob, how you handle them and all that. What it really looked like.
The Bible explains the slavery is inside of the Bible. You know, and what you're supposed to do righteously with a slave. There's three ways of how you do it. And that also goes through the three unclean frogs with Esau. There's three ways of how you make somebody a slave.
Slave is not a bad word.
Yeah. With the force, which is by war, right? Which we had the holy wars back then, but they called them the holy Christian wars, the Muslim wars. You know, there was all these different sects of people and religions were fighting against each other during the Middle Ages, you know, and the Dark Ages. But you have the war, right? You have the finance, which the scriptures talk about that. If you owe somebody, right, you can have them as a servant to pay off that debt. And then you have the religion, you know, which that's one of the ways of how our people were converting these people that wasn't even a part of us. Now, you put people after Paul had wrote these messages, right, and they walking around trying to convert people to be an Israelite. You hear that it don't matter what your skin color is and stuff like that. You know, now you got people that don't even understand what the whole thing is, that you done made a slave and they done converted, you gave them the Bible and all this stuff. Now these people are waking up and I learned the ways of everything, and now they teaching everybody else.
Yeah.
So this is what has happened, you know, throughout history. There's nothing new under the sun.
And even before we came over here out of the white man's hand, we followed different religions. We adopted. Remember when we left and we dispersed, we just started adopting and following different cultures.
Yeah.
Different beliefs.
Was they call it the Punic Wars with Hannibal. Yeah. Hannibal was an Israelite, but he was following after the customs of Hannibal, and he went up against Scipio Africanus, which was a Roman general. Leo Scipius. He lost, and that in war, there's a saying that history always goes to the victor. Whoever is the person that is victorious, right, and he writes history.
That's why it's called his story.
that land, which the Punic Wars is a country inside of so-called Africa that is called Tunisia. Okay, now when Scipio Africanus had won the war, that land of Tunisia, that was only called Africa. It wasn't the whole continent that was called Africa. It was only that country that Leo Scipio Africanus had won. And then throughout the years, that's when it ended up being called Africa. Ooh. That's the same thing with America.
Makes sense. Because originally Africa was called Al-Kabulin. which meant the Garden of Eden.
What that? That's a song. They call their land after their name.
Yep.
That Psalm 49.
49:11.
You get that?
You're right, because when they established, America, it wasn't called America yet.
Right.
It was they wasn't too, I forgot the year, but it wasn't until later on that they started calling it America.
Right. And then you had you got that?
Yeah. This is Psalm 49 and 11. It says, their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever.
You had people in Britain, right? That was naming places over here after their names. You know, Queen Anne County.
Yeah, Maryland. You brought that up. Maryland.
You know what we found out? A lot of them were Israelites.
Right.
Huh?
That was our people.
It was our own people that set up Edomites to come over here and name them lands. Remember, that whole Bible was for us anyway.
Yep.
Yep.
It's called
There's
United
a brother
Colony.
else.
Yeah.
We were in the time of King James. They were Jakes up in here. She was
I saw the picture. Yeah.
And what you would do, they were servants. You sent the Edomites out, and they was supposed to name, like Baltimore was Baltic, Baltimore, Charles. A lot of them were Jakes.
Calvin.
Calvert, Baltimore. And they named it after them. What happened is them devils got jealous, and they started taking counsels amongst themselves, and that's how they overthrew the queenship and all that. The rule, the British rule.
Yeah, the original British.
The original Brits were Jakes anyway.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they call themselves British. Like, not quite.
That's why the Anglo
Just like Scottish.
angel sons of Isaac.
Much
The
like that.
devil, demonic sons of Isaac is Esau. The angelic sons of Isaac is Jacob. So it's that was us.
Now, you did have some Edomites there.
Yeah.
Remember, they came into power in the late 1300s, early 1400s. But Cristobal Colon and them was really under authority rule of I believe, of a Jakes. He had to convert. He was a devil in Spain. Yeah, he had to convert to a form of Christianity. Although he was a so-called Jew. They made him convert. So, like the brother just brought out, whoever does the conquering pretty much makes the history. So they wrote it and put the pictures up like it was all them. When you go to Russian icons and even various other icons across the globe, even in China, if you go to the oldest icons, they show them as dark.
We were ruling.
We were ruling.
They just, that's Job 9:24. The earth is given into the hands of men. They cover up the faces of the judges thereof. We were the judges and the rulers.
Yeah.
They crept up in there and hey, the Heavenly Father
It's something else.
jacked us up. Yeah.
So now we didn't even get the credit for what we did.
Oh,
They
man.
got all the credit. Them devils wasn't good at strategic. We were.
Yeah.
They learned from off of us. Even going back to converting over to Judaism. These people, they all learned from us. Going to the time of the 8th century, they all learned from us in conversion, but they were still under the authority of Jake.
You say that you have taught the wicked one your way.
Ooh.
Yeah, what happened was they wound up getting they was like loan sharkers or financial money handlers. And there was really no threat. At that time, the throne, they had money. Queen Isabella, they had to pay a portion to her and the kings of England and stuff. But what happened is the shiciness of them, they started funding both sides, right? But without telling them what they were doing. And they would start collecting. And as they became rich, they came over to these countries and they was taking down nations and taking them amongst themselves. And a lot of this, they didn't know what was going on over there. And they became powerful. And then they took all the lands and nations of people and went back over to Europe. Yeah, and they was fighting each other and everything. There's a lot of history with that.
You should have taught us in high school. You should have been a teacher. You should have been a teacher, man.
Yeah, well, we are teachers. That's what we're doing.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying, man?
Yep.
That was just a real history lesson.
Yep. They're not gonna tell you that. The British monarch. That was all Jake. Scots and all that. Yeah, that was all Jake, man. Yeah. That flag you see. Yeah, they did change it, but that was still us, man.
That's what's up.
Damn devils. But then they come with the United States of America. And then they put up the colors, because remember, it came out of Britain. The flag is red, white, blue, just like the Britain flag.
Yep.
You know what? That makes sense. The southern tribe had Europe and northern Africa, some Africa, and the northern tribe had over here. And so Esau came. So the Heavenly Father, we were still ruling, but the tribe was still separate on this side and that side.
We royal as shit. I mean, so
Yes, that's accurate. It's very accurate.
This is the book of Job, chapter 24, verse 1. It says, wise-seeing times are not hidden from the Almighty. Do they know? So like, do they that know him not see his days? All right. It says some remove the landmarks. They violently take away flocks and feed thereof. That's Esau, man. You know, that's what we want.
You're not supposed to remove the landmark. That's the law. Yeah. You're not supposed to remove the landmark, man.
And that proves that Esau is literally the definition contrary to the law. Yeah,
Okay. So, everything we did according to, even though we was off, we had some righteousness with it. These devils have no right. They come with adversity. Like we the ones brought in the Roman Catholicism, the Greek God worship, and all that stuff. He was doing all that. But this devil, he got a hold of it, and he started. I keep saying this. I need to be graphic. Then he started planting up in your neighborhood parks these little white little boys with the curly hair and the feathers, and a little wee with the water shooting out of it. He just took it to a whole new level, man. And you can Google pictures of that, and they got them holding their penises and shit. This wicked shit, man.
Teaching us all kinds of images.
Yeah, that's so good.
They did that to us too. That ain't nothing new. They took all us that shit.
This is like on a different. But they say he be telling me, they on a different.
Well, they been doing it with us too.
Yeah, they been doing that shit worldwide. Yeah.
They're probably but you're right. They're probably more open. They're probably more open now with us. But when I was young and I remember looking at the Greek art, they showed that same shit. Yeah, man, half naked, shit out. I don't know what they do now with y'all. Maybe they got the penises.
Yeah, they do.
So
they still do.
I know. I remember seeing the little wee-wees and they had showed the ass, and then the penis like coming to the side. Yeah. So you can capture the whole image. And then they fucking get on you. They get mad because the pedophiles has got children porn, and all you see is children porn, man. That's crazy.
They got an Edomite God, an Edomite version of God flying into the distance with his backside out.
I remember seeing that. They showed that with us too.
16 Chapel.
The 16 Chapel and shit. Yeah. And they got the one where they touching the fingers.
Yeah.
And they both playing. He got one leg up. Yeah. That's sick, man. Their art is pornography. Boom. And then out of that pornography, look at our women. That's our art. That's how they messed us up. Look at our women, man, and how they walk around, man. That's pornography. These devils promote pornography on high levels. And everybody's mad at pedophilia. But you got pedophilia around you. You walking up down the street, you're looking at not only, they got the little children, 2 years old in spandex, twerking. But even just the attire, the tight, hold the top, they're 4 or 5 years old.
Wearing yoga pants.
They ain't even got some of them, the little children ain't got the panties. They're in diapers. You can see the crease of the diapers.
They don't even wear
That's bad.
What happened to little girls wearing dresses? They don't even wear dresses.
That's why the scriptures call us Zion. which means monument. You know, a monument can be looked at as a thing of remembrance. The monument means to remember. I got scripture.
Okay, I had one as well.
It's three.
Well, let me read mine if you got three of them. This is 1 Peter 2:9. But ye are a chosen generation, a royal priesthood, a holy nation. And how are we going up? Holy be separate, a separate nation. But to be conquered, we would have to mix the heathen. Those Edomite women were wearing stuff like that. Stuff so tight, you know, to their clothes that would melt off or funky. Now, Edomite, when you see them spandexes, you see the white woman was wearing all that stuff, man. You know? And they wasn't clean with it either. I remember back in the day, the older woman, now that those the older woman always spoke. Now you say, "Tell, speak to me. Stay away from them white women. They are dirty." Yeah. Right? But they ain't never telling little girls, stay away from that white man. Right. Notice they never say that. They never said that.
Facts.
I knew an old white man. This man was like in his 80s. He said, this is no lie. He said him and the other white guys used to go up to the playground with the black girls, and they put their things through the fence, put their hands on his hips, and the little black girls would come up and mess with them, do all kinds of shit. Dirty. But there was no mother saying, stay away from them. They always said to stay away from the white woman. Of course. But they never told the black woman, stay away from the white man. Now, you see, the so-called black woman now is all hanging and doing everything with the white man.
They do whatever they want, right in front of these.
But then now, you get the internet. I don't know why black men mess with the Brazilians and the other nations. But they allowed to do it. Right. They can hold hands and walk down the street. It's no big deal. But when we do it, it's a damn problem, man. Go ahead.
All the problem you said up top is the fingerprints on the glass.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Fogging up the window.
You probably see it with a microphone.
Oh, sorry. A lot of them black women,
they get down, man.
They get down with these Edomites, and they doing right in front of these jakes, and they don't say nothing.
Nope.
The black hugs one. They don't say nothing.
They get mad at us for getting on the woman. Cool. See them GMS guys? They're always getting on the black woman. Goddamn right, man. Goddamn right. We get on wickedness, man. We women and men. Yeah, exactly. We condemn wickedness, man. Straight up. Always making it about a woman thing, man.
That black consciousness. Yeah. All that stuff goes back to those Hamitic ways, man. Women being whores and stuff like that. That was what they was doing in Egypt.
Yeah, but you know where the new black conscience started in the 1900s? You know who was funding that? They funded a woman, I can't remember her name. They funded a black woman who studied Ma'at. Ma'at was the daughter of Horus and Isis. Because they had what's the one other one with Cedric, they used to call them? Serapis. And they had family. Now Ma'at was the queen of heaven, and they worshiped Ma'at because Ma'at was the goddess of love and the uplifting of women. And you know who funded that? These devils. So when you see Serenetta and them talk about, the black woman is God, and queens and polite now, it all comes from these guys who are the study of the Egyptology. That's why they had the Ma'at, Sut,
feminism.
Yep. All that comes from the Egypt. Really goes back to ancient Sumeria and Babylon. But you had other nations adopted it. And we know it's America. America's loaded with Babylon, Egypt, right? Babylon, Egypt, the Syrian Egypt, Babylon, Rome, Greco-Rome,
And the God too, because they came with it. They came to Eve with it.
Well, he just read it. There's no new thing under the sun. The thing that you see has already been named.
So they've been doing that. Them other nations been doing it until they came to us with it. And that's we end up going on.
Well, when you get spoiled by nations, you adopt their philosophy. And of the Hamitic nations and all that. But you had some Hamitic nations. Remember, there was different nations among them. Believe different things. They believed the woman had to have a clitoris cut off. But she's not supposed to have any pleasure. They were doing that far, though. They still. Well, the Most High gave them that for a reason. So you born as a woman and you gotta have that shit chopped off?
Yeah.
You neutering a woman? How you gonna lay down with a woman that don't get no pleasure? Man, like y'all double shit.
They was a lot of that sodomite shit they got from a lot of the sodomite shit these guys they got it from the Hamites. You know, you Hamites, man, y'all a bunch of damn devils too, man.
You know, they're still doing that same exact thing in a different way now, which they are doing it that way too. But you know, that's that genetic sperm that they create somehow. That they stick it in there and inject it with sperm.
Whoa. Yeah, you know why they do that? No, they cut off the clitoris. When a woman gets excited, she expands. The uterus moves up. It's probably because they're cursed. So they gotta keep it like it is to make it seem like they're doing something. That's why the Edomites, they love little boys. You know? That's why they mess with them little boys, man. They want them new too. They want them fresh. They don't want the Will Smith. He done gaped out now. You gotta put a Suburban ride that through him now.
They're like, we don't want him.
We want his son. And then after they get the son, we want his younger son. That's how they are. They're pure freaks. Now go ahead, brother.
It's called Deuteronomy 19:14. It says,
It's a little graphic, but we're just thinking how it is.
It's real.
you know, Deuteronomy 19:14. It says, "Thou shalt not remove thy neighbor's landmark," right? Which we are considered Zion. It says, which to Zion in the Hebrew, which means monument. It says, "Thou shalt not remove thy neighbor's landmark, which they of old time have set in thine inheritance." It says, "Which thou shalt inherit in the land that the Lord thy God give thee to possess it." It says, "One witness shall not rise up against a man for any iniquity or for any sin, and any sin that he sins." It says, "At the mouth of two witnesses or at the mouth of three witnesses shall the matter be established." Right. And the Lord has two witnesses against this man. It's the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom. That's why he split the nation like that. Yahushua, he's going to judge this man, and their judgment is already set. They're going into slavery. Yeah. But the two witnesses, Judah witnessed the same thing that the southern kingdom went through, you know, but they just went through it in a different capacity than Judah, you know. So if it was just Esau going against one nation, you know, one person, that's war, you know. You can do that. It's war. You can all it bears in what they say, love and war. Right. You know, you did this. You justified in the fact that it's a war. But what this man has done, he fought against the house of Israel. That's totally different. These are the Lord's chosen people. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You had captivities where, you know, Judah would fight against other people when they would ask, "Hey, who gonna help? You know, come up against us against these people." You know, you had those examples back then. Some tribes didn't want to come, like I believe Benjamin. They didn't want to come, right? And then the wars was among the tribes. The Lord allowed that, and you know, got wiped out. Yeah. What? Yeah. Oh. But Benjamin was fighting back though too. Benjamin was getting busy, but they almost got wiped out. It got to the point where Israel was like, "I don't even want to give Benjamin my daughter, man." You know, they going off. They don't want to fight for Israel.
You know, but the thing is with Esau, if you would have just did it against the Negroes, that's cool. That's war. You know, you're not supposed to just let your enemy go sweetly, peacefully. You know, that's your enemy. But he did it against the whole house of Israel, and that makes it much more worse. You know, like, well, he wasn't supposed to do what the hell he did. You know, that torture. You know, that shit, man. He wasn't supposed to do that. You know, but that's war, though. Yeah, you respect that. You know, you see your enemy, but if they had no freaking why would you just feed somebody for alligator bait? Yo, for can't street of men. You know, that's a person that got to see
Judas in the house. We don't like that.
Yeah,
we don't handle that business.
See, when you deal with a righteous war, you ain't gonna be doing all that sick shit they did.
Yeah,
right. Boys,
yeah,
you know, castrating this shit.
Yeah.
And all that sick shit they did, man. We ain't gonna be doing that, but they gonna feel it much harder than what we know to do. Bob's talking about bucket. Yeah, there it is.
yeah. I don't like that.
We're not gonna do that.
Yeah, they got to pay
these
for that.
guys like these guys try to fuck break.
Yeah.
You know? Oh God, so you're not built like him, you know. The next guys will fall in order.
They were something else.
Hey, but the scriptures talk about how we're gonna do the concubines and you know our slaves. It talks about that. Well, it's in the law. Deuteronomy, I believe. I got a script.
This is Isaiah 14:1. It says, "For the Lord will have mercy on Jacob, and yet choose Israel, except them in their own land." So the Lord going, you know, you got these guys, other guys, and these other Israelite groups that they going over to Israel. No, the Lord going to set us in back to Israel. You know, his by him sending his son back, Yahweh Shai. You know, so we got to wait on him. You know, it says, "And the strangers shall be joined with them, and they shall cleave to the house of Jacob. And the people shall take them and bring them to their place. And the house of Israel shall possess them in the land of the Lord, the servant and handmaid." It says, "And they shall take them captive, whose captives they were, and they shall rule over their oppressor." So that sounds like slavery to me. You know.
Yep, I got one. I got it. Jeremiah 30. This is Deuteronomy 21:10. "When thou goest forth to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God has delivered them into your hands, and thou hast taken them captive," right? The saints going to take the kingdom, right? It says, "And seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and has a desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife, then thou shalt bring her to your house, and she shall shave her head and pare her nails. And she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her, and shall remain in your house and bewail her father and her mother a full month. And after that thou shalt go and unto her and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife." That's concubine, man.
Yes, sir. So we're gonna have plenty of those in the kingdom. But it's a proper way to do things. You know, we're not gonna be raping. You know, a lot.
Yeah, we're not
all raping
passing them around. Yeah.
Yeah.
So why they
concubines.
they can't have like you can have a concubine or a maid or whatever you want to call it, but if they have a husband, you ain't gonna be having sex with them in front of their husband, or in general they got a husband. We're responsible for the law.
Yeah. But we're not going to be nice to them. We're going to be nice.
But then you hear the white women that come up and listen to that, they get all excited. They're like, yes,
That's coming. Literally.
Damn.
Go ahead.
This is Jeremiah
30 and 16.
This is Jeremiah 30 and 16. It says, therefore, all they that devour all they that devour thee shall be devoured, and all thine adversaries, every one of them, shall go into captivity. And they that spoil thee shall be spoiled, and all that prey upon thee will I give for prey.
I got to real quick. The book of Genesis, chapter 9, verse 6. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of the Most High made he man. Just back you up.
Yeah, so not all. It says every one of them, not one missing, not two missing. No, I didn't hit anybody. I ain't hit nobody in slavery, so I ain't going to go. Every one of them. Yeah.
They don't Edomite been saved. No Edomite that think he's an Israelite will be saved either. Only ones that's going to be saved are Israelites, period, man. Salvation is not for everybody.
Got another question.
He just went to the low state.
Yep.
Yeah. Talk about the odds.
See, we're in the pathetic state. We're in the very pathetic state.
That's because she's gonna be a beast at night. Motherfucker, sit down. Look at him. She's gonna hold him at 6 feet. She over there. Look at Edomite, man. That's the mindset of Eve, our women, man. They are gone. And you know what? Let his ass handle that shit. I'd be happy. Enjoy it. Hey, man. That's one less heart attack that you gotta worry about.
Have at it.
But then I'm trying to have some submission toward the Edomite. And she hold the hand, and that little Edomite looking up like she treated him like a fucking on the wildlife and shit. Like he got a string on him or something. And she walking with him. Come on, my little white nugget.
White nugget. White nugget. That's a new word.
Come on, my little white. You know how they call themselves different names? My little Petunia. Yeah. Yes, my tree friend.
God damn.
I don't know, man. You know they got names for each other and shit. Huggy Bear and all that shit.
Tree branch.
You look like some goddamn stuffed animal out of a zoo or some shit.
Damn.
Little white ass walking down there. Vanilla wafer or some shit. Pale as he want to be.
Oh shit.
And she locking his fingers in and shit.
Come here.
Yeah, he pulling his ass. The circulation in his hand is just gone.
Sasquatch, that man.
Come on. They like that shit. They like that freaky shit. And that Edomite white boy, he's probably looking at her thinking like of a man, a black man and shit.
I was about to say she probably the one doing the pegging.
Of course. And he probably like, I just wish a black man could do this.
God damn.
They look at you women, man. They look at you as apes and animals too, man. You know? Go ahead, Tony.
Yep. It's a graduation.
That was some odd, weird looking shit. What the heck was that? Damn. I be like them little Mexicans and shit. You get the big 6'5" white woman, about 500 pounds and shit. You only like 100. You see that shit? Them little tiny soldier boys Mexicans. Oh man, go ahead, read.
It gets worse and worse.
That's like a bear with a damn bear. Go ahead, read. And a woman would acknowledge that. They would say, "Oh, that's good." Like, what the heck is that? Get bad, man. Get bad. They got the old Koreans pushing the goddamn car. Go ahead, man. As it gets later, the more weirder and weirder shit starts coming out. That's why when came over, we split. Get the heck up out of here. What is Valley of the Shadow of Death, man?
Yeah.
And you know the freaks come out at night. Hey, the freaks come out.
Oh, I remember that. Freaks come out at night.
They'll probably one of y'all games. All right, go ahead, read it. That was some weird looking shit, though. You see that shit? Babylon. Hey, you said it right on the money. Big 6-foot black woman with big ass spandexes on and a little tight like a child with a mustache. Yeah, mustache. It ain't like he had a Sonny Bono mustache. With the glasses. Yeah. It's like the clowns and shit with the glasses when they try to cover their identity and they got that magic nose, the Humpty Hump. Oh man, I got you. Go ahead, read the scriptures.
Yeah, Mr. King.
Yeah,
Exactly. Yep, exactly.
Go ahead, read. Yeah. Go ahead, read. Yeah, this is
Revelation 18:2.
That was some weird shit. That just kind of hit me late. Go ahead.
It says, and he cried mightily with a strong voice, saying, Babylon the Great is falling.
That shows the demise of Eve. When you see Eve have to do commit to shit like that, if we had some wine out here, I'd take a sip right too. The water. The whole bunch of water. To show Eve that state and what she has to be in, man. You know, her mindset, because all she's thinking about is money. When money is the root of the love of money is the root of all evil. Eve loved the money. See, so when she look at that white devil, she looking at that white face on the money. It's a psychological warfare, a systemic breakdown of our people, and that's why the black woman look at the white men as gods, because that's what's when they gave the black woman that money, and she looked at it and said, "I can buy this. I can get all I want." And it says, "Under it, in God we trust." God we trust. That right there makes money of God right there. It said, "In God we trust." That's what the crazy spell on, especially the woman.
Well, the word money is a Roman god. Yep. Money is a Roman god. That's Juno.
But it's not real money, right? It's false money. It's what's that? 1 Timothy 6:17. Get that real quick. It's not real money. It's not even money. Well, I mean, we say money because you buy stuff. Like real money would be your metal set. You know, you got to know what you're talking about. Right. That's why we say that. But I'm just looking on here when they got the picture. So when the black woman see this, she sees her God. And I guarantee you, the black woman across the street probably look at he's holding up money. You know? Yeah. And it's naturally so, because we're not in power. Don't you know if we was in power, our women be at our feet? You know what I'm saying? They would be at our mercy. That goes to show you that Floyd Mayweather and all the actors and actresses, I mean, the top guys as athletes, hey, they got a little bit of power, but they can go right to the courthouse and take his money. So you're not in power.
Floyd Mayweather, you got all that money. He probably in more slavery than we are. You know?
I mean, this is his. He living in his luxury, but he's still a slave.
Yeah.
You know, because that money is regulated.
That's right. You caught that scripture.
6 and 17. Yeah.
What's the first I was thinking is the 19. Go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, please keep the 19 verse. First Timothy 6:17. It says, "Charge them that are rich in this world, that they be not high-minded, nor trust in uncertain riches, but in the living God, who given us richly all things to enjoy." It says, that they do good, that they be rich in good good works, ready to distribute, willing to communicate, laying up in stores for themselves a good foundation against the time to come.
But Mayweather isn't doing that.
God, that they may lay hold on eternal life.
Yeah, they can't pass down that generational wealth because it's not really their money. All of when you see them people get them $500 million contract, they get a black card, and basically when you hit up to 50 million, 100 million, you can buy what the fuck you want to buy. So they give you the card, and everything you buy, they tax it, but they tell you don't got to worry about it yet. So over time, as you buy the house, the mansion, the cars, the women, when you don't cooperate, they bring out all that shit on you, and they tax everything you got, including the money they gave you under the contract.
Yeah, Steve Harvey, he was like, to please the elites, he said, I ain't leaving my children anything because they don't want it to pass down. So that's another way of.
He said, Steve Harvey said what?
Steve Harvey, he was like, I'm not leaving my kids anything.
Of course, he can.
Right.
And generational wealth.
Yeah, there's other stars like that, entertainers that they ain't leaving their kids out to please their elite. Because the white man, so much, these people gonna look at it like, they don't want you passing down your wealth to other Israelites. You see what I'm saying? That's
So a lot of them celebrities, we not rich. I'm rich. They say.
Now, if you was Floyd Mayweather, think about it. If he went over and bought a company like he's a millionaire, right? And we're not hating on him. Hey, the man made his money, he boxing, he made money. Hey, that's his lot. But if he decided, I want to buy 100 bars, 10,000 bars of gold, oh, they're going to have a problem with that.
They ain't gonna let them do that.
They ain't going to let him do that shit. They let you know, and first of all, when he flashes the money, that money is borrowed money. They got to flash it and show it. You know, it's his, but they borrow off it. He can't do but so much. You can't do so much with that wealth.
Right, you can't. They can invest in things like that, but they can't buy like 100. You know what I'm saying? Like on these.
Yeah, why don't they got special restaurants? The
Right.
Mayweather Bar and Grill.
Right.
And on every corner in the city. Ain't gonna let them do
They
that.
gonna let them do that.
You know?
Can you get that 19 verse?
Yeah. It says First Timothy 6:19. It says, laying up and store for themselves a good foundation against the time to come, that they may lay hold on eternal life.
It says they that be rich fall into temptation. You can look it up. 9, 6 and 9.
On 69. Yeah. It says, but they that will be rich fall into temptations and a snare.
Right. That's what that you're a snare. So that's why I said that he's probably more of a slave than we are. You know? Because like right now, right, if we are the depth, so we gotta continue to work because the bills don't stop. But when you have all this money, right, and then at the drop of a dime, they can say it's digital and you don't have it.
Well, yeah, they're gonna be more slaves because they sold out. That's anybody who sold out. Yeah. You're a servant unto them. Right? In fact, let's be honest, everybody's a slave. Yeah. But we're being freed from that. The men of the Lord, we're not as much slaves under society like anybody else. Right. We understand not to chase the mighty dollar. We understand not to fall into his temptations and his philosophies. Anybody outside of that is on. Floyd is just on a higher responsible level of slave.
Right. That makes him more free. You know,
well, he's better off than the average person.
Yeah, right.
In the 2/3.
Money is a defense, you know. But when you got all that money,
it brings trouble.
Yeah. And in order for you to use your money in the future, you're supposed to be this rich Floyd Mayweather. To use your money, you got to get the Caragua. That's what makes him more of a slave.
Aye.
Because that's ultimately gonna go to everybody.
Yeah, but you you got $1 billion in your bank account. You can't use your money unless you get it. You gonna be like,
It's all in the contract.
I got a quick quote. Not so quick, but it's a couple verses. I had one real quick.
ain't no loopholes in that, man. That's gonna be made mandatory. The scriptures in Revelation 13 says rich and poor, man. Everybody's gonna get it. Yeah, we looking at it like how we gonna make ends meet and stuff like that. I'm talking about the regular people out there, not us. You go, how we gonna make ends meet? You gotta work, you gotta eat. That's what they did with the freaking the shot.
Look at this scripture. Proverbs 23:5. Wilt thou set thine eyes upon that which is not? Right? For riches certainly make themselves wings. They fly away and as an equal toward heaven. So all the gold these elites got, they're going to lose it. They had it. They're like, Lord, just playing a game with them. We had it. We lost. Okay, it's yours now. Think about it. It's like one big game. All right, we got to give it back to you. All right, we're going to take it again. So everybody taking gold, and they're going to use it for a season. But when we get it, we're going to use it, have it for eternity. What would you want? Have it for a couple of 100 years or for eternity? You know, you can't do nothing with it.
You know, it's and I mentioned this on the video. You know, you get we get this sign, right? We get a sign so it don't just sit there. We get it to use it. You get a phone. You know, you don't buy a phone just for it to sit there. You buy a phone to use it. You know,
They got the majority. Good point. A lot of it just sitting there.
Well, because they're using it as an authority. They're not using it, but they are. But they are being. They are. It is. They're using it without touching it. Yeah. Collateral. To say, hey, almost like if you own a big building, you know, you probably would never have to go in there, but it's yours. Right. And they're using it as a power head.
They can lend on it.
That have the money. Right.
Yeah.
So, and they lending on it, they're spending it and borrowing it. So if you had like a big bank account with $50,000 and you loan sharking it, they bringing it back, building interest, going out, coming back. And these rats, they learn from us, by the way. That's how they learned that. It wasn't some successful geniuses that woke up one day. They learned that from Chase.
Yeah, but you go back, Isaac told you something. They come out of us, so they learned it from us. Abraham, Isaac, and Jake.
So he's right. They're not really using. Like if Jake had known we were the richest people on the planet, man, we wouldn't be in no goddamn them cheap suits and them little black square hush puppies.
you ain't never lied about that.
You know, Jake could have gold.
Yeah,
tailor-made clothes.
You ain't never seen before.
Fingernails, everything on.
Rings on everything.
Rings on every finger, special ribbons around the fingers of gold. You know, gold teeth. Jake would have fucking gold toilets. You know what I'm saying? Which they do live good, some of them. But some of them, according to the riches they have, they just keep harboring that. I can make more, make more. That greed is what's going to destroy them, man.
But see, some of them, they bum it. Like their style. They're just bland.
But they have a security blanket. That's the money. Yeah. But Jake, that's why every rapper you see, they get their money. They been talking about ice, you know, for fronts.
You see what it.
You know, and the rats don't even wear that shit like that. I wouldn't, if I was rich like that, I wouldn't wear jewelry. I'm not a jewelry. Go ahead. I never was. I remember I bought some 14 karat necklaces and rings all at one time. I wore that shit one time just to get back at it, you know, this bitch I do, man. To make her mad and shit. And she's like, damn, look at you and all that shit. Yeah. And after I flossed on it and shit, I went home and took that shit off and I put that shit on it. That's how it is, man. Yeah. You know, that's just me. Yeah. Like this brother, this girl, he like, yo, I'll be wearing this around the house. This is my kid. Yeah.
Revelation 18:2.
Like the men of Israel, we had the earrings, we saw all the jewelry. We were the ones considered beautiful. Think about that. Now the feminism, they switch it around. The woman is beautiful. The woman carries the purse. The woman wearing a certain long attire and shit. We was doing all that. We had purses, man. Remember Judas Iscariot? You know what I'm saying? We had purses. Why would we have purses? Because we had the money. They switched it all around. Now the woman, they got the purses for the women. You know, they got all the women. They got the tire for the women, the jewelry for the women, right? Everything's for the woman. The makeup for the woman. Because you know the makeup was for men. Men that would go out and war, they had to come back and set themselves up. The king, they had to put makeup to cover up the scars and shit, man. Heels. What's his name? Napoleon and them.
All the heel is.
Napoleon wore heels because he was so goddamn short.
Yeah, all the heel is just an extension. On your shoe. That's all it is.
Yeah, they totally switched everything.
And they switched everything. So if you had one of them ancient men from there come back now, they would say, see, he's a transgender. They just switched everything up. Go ahead. Now we ain't gonna wear no dresses.
Right.
But really, women ain't supposed to be wearing up. That shit. The short skirts with their legs and ass show. A garment is supposed to cover you up. Now we wore long garments too. Now they called us saying we weren't wearing a dress. Same shit. All right, go ahead. They're gonna take them and have fun with them over there. You know? They shit out of it. They're gonna just take them. See how they do it. Yeah, and the Edomites are doing it.
This guy.
I'm surprised he ain't with a black woman. One in the back. She'll probably lock hands with him. Go ahead, what you said?
Oh, this guy got his daughter. She was, mangled. I'm gonna just say mangled.
Yeah.
And left to die because he let her go in the arm. He was on, and that was his fault. Let your daughter go in the arm.
You should let your daughter go to college, man.
Yeah. Them white boys got to her. It ain't nothing you can do about it.
You should let your daughter go to college. You know what happened with them little girls when they go to college? They become different kinds of women. That's a nicer way of saying it, pretty much. They become queens.
Yeah.
They put a little in their drink. Come on to the party.
The frat house.
The frat house. Or the sorority
house.
Yep, and they get together, have a party. And then, I know this guy down, he let his daughter go to college. I said, man, don't let her go to college. He said she woke up one day pregnant. She thinks it's the guy she knows, but she not even sure. And that happened all in college. So the guy, and she went both ways. So the guy made her go back the right way for a few. Had his fun with her. Flipped her, turned her, spun her around.
Upside down.
And she became whatever he wanted her to be. All they did is put that shit in the drink, the ecstasy.
Yep.
And they done. They got these, and these devils. They put that out there for the Black Coalition about the black colleges and all that. That's all to take your woman, your men, and your woman and whore them out. Because not only the women get whored out, the men commit adultery under doing that shit. Because a lot of those women got boyfriends at home or boyfriends in there, and the men will be sleeping with all the damn women. So all of them commit whoredom. So you send your son or your daughter there, they go fall into the temptation of whoredom. And now they're spreading out into the open area. Everything is whoredom. Keep reading. Oh, you had something, right?
Well, before it goes on, a couple verses long, but
go ahead.
Pretty much going back, to the we were talking about the riches, right? Tongues. This is the book of James. This is the book of James, chapter 5. I'm gonna read all the way to the 5th verse. The book of James, chapter 5, verse 1. It says, "Go to now, ye rich men, weep and howl for your miseries that shall come upon you. Your riches are corrupted, and your garments are moth. Your gold and your silver is cankered, all right, and the rust of them shall be a witness against you. It shall eat your flesh as it were fire,
These are all current facts.
It's too far. It says,
Yeah, but how did it get all corrupt?
Yep.
And multi.
Right.
Everything they bought off it, everything they built from it was all out of corruption. Everything you stand on now is pure corruption.
Yep.
Even this cement that we're standing on is built off corruption. Yep. The cars you get in is all corruption. You don't own any of this shit.
This was Gadite territory. You know, a lot of them got killed. Esau took over.
Yeah, down here, William Fell's Point, William and Edward Fell, all them, they were set up by over there at England.
Yeah, Pimlico, what do you call it? Pimlico.
Yep.
That was named after the Pimlico, so-called Native American. Yep. Chesapeake.
Yep.
That was the name for Gad.
Yep. Yep.
And that's the Chesapeake.
Which they called them the Chesapeakeans.
Yeah, the Chesapeake. Yeah.
Iowa's.
Yeah.
Some of them names and stuff, they was all named after Native Americans. Was Bruce.
What I say?
Yeah. Yeah, it was Bruce the Potomac.
Potomac.
You know, was Bruce. A lot of them was Jakes that came and set that up. Right? Because they had to name it after the Native Americans. You think the white man was really going to name a city or land after another nation? Susquehanna.
Yeah.
Because what happened is Esau, when he came and took, he had other natives with him. Right? Because as he took down nations, he took one tribe of natives, another tribe, and they joined under the white man. It was a bargain thing. And they said, well, we're going to name this after us. You know what I'm saying? Right. And they named it, and then they got other tribes with them. They conquered, and then they named it Patapsco. But really, the root of the problem was Esau, because Esau had the power to do it, but he did it all out of corruption. And then you had our people who's even fucking corrupt. You know, even during slavery, you had our people side with them other Hamitic nations to help trap slaves, man. We had our own people. We're always fucking sellouts, man. Like Jesse Jackson, he ain't nothing but reincarnated as a sellout. Sharpton, Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackass, and all them. They were all set up. Quasi and Fubi, Martin Luther King, Lucifer King. They were all set up. All those black coalitions and all those black leaders. They were all set up because if those leaders was right, why is our people looking the way they doing? Boom. What are they doing? Let's have Proverbs 29:2. You have more there. Go ahead.
It says, he treasure is gathered for the last day, before the hire of the laborers who have reaped down your fields, which is of you kept back by fraud. It says, cry. It says, and the cries of them have reaped, and the cries of them which have reaped are entered into the ears of the Lord. All right? That's verse 5. It says, ye have lived, ye have lived in pleasure on the earth and been wanton. Ye have nourished your hearts as the day of slaughter. Ye have condemned and killed the just, and ye doth not resist.
Yeah, that's
you're a Christian? Yeah. Hey, let's talk about the Bible. I'm sorry. We want to talk about the Bible. Right.
You know what sin is? What is sin? What is sin according to the Bible?
Sin is not doing what God wants you to do.
He's supposed to be a Reformed Christian.
Who was the laws given to? I'm sorry. Who was the laws given to?
Moses and the Hebrews.
Okay.
Hey, number 2, B. Got that one right.
You learned that in school.
No, go ahead.
We're going to get kind of quick, right? Psalm 147.
19. We're going to show you something. We're on a building today, to bring out the gospel of Jesus. The truth, that ain't his name, but for the sake of Christians, right? Yeah, so I'm fascinated. In Psalm chapter 147, verse 19, it says, he shewed his word unto Jacob, his statutes and his judgment unto Israel. All right? He have not dealt so with any nation.
Yeah, so
you think that Jesus came so he could deal with every nation? So he could do what? Deal with every nation? Did he die for everybody? Did he die for everybody? Like Jesus? Oh yeah, everybody. For God so loved the world, so for the whole world. Okay, so now the word world has different meanings. You know that, right? I do. So I'm going to see where maybe this is going. So basically, so that would put Jesus as,
Well, we believe in
the Middle East. My point is that I would agree with you that Jesus would have not been white, because if he was born in the Middle East, historically that would probably not make him white. Right. So yeah, I mean, I agree that.
He got another one.
I would agree that historically that he would probably not have been white. Another thing is that in the Bible, God never bothered to mention what his skin color is. It do, because it didn't matter. It doesn't. Maybe I missed that. To the best of my knowledge, what I remember reading, I don't remember it ever saying his skin color. Maybe I'm wrong. Yes, and there. We can get it. Okay.
But why did they put this up if the skin color didn't matter? Somehow this pops up.
Well, no, what I'm saying though is obviously that historically he probably would have been brown. Right.
Well, we're going to show you his skin color. Revelation 1.
Okay. Let's hear it.
First of all, let's go to Revelation 1 and 3. Read the 1 and 2, and then jump down to 2.
Okay. Well, start 2. This is Revelation chapter 1, verse 2. It says, "Who bear record?"
Start at 1. 1. We got to start at 1.
Yes, sir. All right. This is Revelation 1 and 1. It says the revelation of Jesus.
Read it.
Yeah, read it. The revelation of Jesus Christ, which God gave unto him.
Talk about John the Revelator.
Sure. Yeah. To shew unto his servants things which must shortly come to pass. And he sent and signified it by his angel unto his servant John.
Right, so it said the angel that the servant John.
Right, John wrote it on Patmos.
Right, out of the Patmos.
Right, okay.
It says, who bear record of the word of God and of the testimony of Jesus Christ.
Read it loud.
Yeah. Who bear record of the word of God and of the testimony of Jesus Christ, right, and of all things that he saw.
All things that he saw.
Okay. Yeah.
So now he's speaking about what I see.
Sure.
Go to Revelation 1 and 14.
Okay. Yep, this is Revelation chapter 1, verse 14. It says,
you want to join in the Christian conversation? Okay. we gotta use God. Go ahead.
It says, his head and his hair were white like wool.
You missed that part?
Now when it says his head and his hairs,
yeah,
you go to the Old English, see the translations is different.
You got a King James.
There's a King James.
Yeah.
But you got to go way before that, like the Tinsdale Bible of 1382.
Okay.
And it says head and his hair were white like wool. It says the hair on his head and on his face were white like wool. That's what it originally said. Go ahead.
It says as white as snow.
Okay, yeah.
And his eyes were as a flame of fire.
Now, what's happening here? 1 minute it says his hair and his hands are white like wool. It's a paraphilic thing. Okay. White like wool because it's not actual wool, but it's likened to wool.
Sure.
That was the original. And his eyes are a flame of fire, but when you see it going to a still like a paraphilic thing.
Okay.
But it's flame of fire because his eyes was red.
Sure.
From the wine and drinking and everything. Keep going.
Sure. There's also because the when he comes back, he didn't come to send peace on earth, but a sword. Sure. Yeah. So he's coming back with that
fire.
Yeah.
The fire in his eyes. That's what
right.
it's really going into.
That's right.
Go ahead.
It says, and his feet like unto fine brass.
Hold it.
Yeah. If you burn any, you got to finish that. Fine brass.
Well, first we got to see what fine brass is.
Yeah. We can pull up a picture of it.
Fine brass. Do you ever get a flute or a trumpet and they say this is brass? That's not brass. That's actually gold. Right. It's a fake gold, but it's actually gold, like that car.
I wish I had some gold.
No, of course.
Well, picture check. This is not brass at all. You know, if you the image of brass pop up in your head, that automatically knocked us out of the equation. Okay. Go ahead.
Now, when you're looking at fine brass, read that part again.
Yep. It says, and his feet like unto fine brass.
And you go to the old terminology of the book, because we studied this. It's refined brass. Refined brass looks like what? Brass is copper, by the way, like a penny. Refined brass is dark because you take all the impurities out. So you can pull it up. Go home, Google what refined brass looks like. It's very, very dark. Keep going.
It says, as if they burn in a furnace.
Oh. Go ahead.
And that goes into what you say. You would be so-called brown skin, right? Darker.
Sure.
You would have been very black.
Oh, I definitely missed that. I've read Revelation and missed that.
Yeah, well,
I admit I missed it.
Yeah, that's another thing they would say is, I think it was mentioned a little earlier. Another thing they would say is that it doesn't matter. You know, now that you know that, they will say, well, it doesn't matter.
Well, it is God from the Bible matters.
Exactly.
You know, so like, but I guess what some people will say is obviously that Jesus died for the world. He died for the world. But you know, if anything God puts in the Bible.
Okay, so let me ask you that.
And we will say that we speak of Israelites, it's not about skin color now.
Right.
Because it's the spirit. But it's still about a nation of people.
Yeah.
Like you look Sicilian or Italian or something.
Sure.
Are you a Sicilian?
No, I'm actually.
Okay.
But I know that Israel became a formal nation not until 1948.
Yeah. You got like a back with something, Nick Gregory or something. Nick, you got one of those.
Well, I'm a Mormon.
Okay.
So I was an O. No, Mormon. Okay. So father. So we used to have the O before 1900. We dropped the O in 1900.
Okay. Now you can see his hair. He got that like bushy hair. It might be a Jake. He might be an Israelite.
So the thing of the Lord. Yeah. You had that scripture. We were talking about the world.
Yeah.
The world.
John 3:16.
John 3:16. Right. If somebody could get that, the thing with that world.
Sure.
Okay. Now you just admitted that the Israel today.
Yes.
They say Israeli and all
Sure.
that. Sure. That nation or culture is considered a world. If you go there.
Sure. Yeah.
The world of the aquarium. Yeah.
Right.
You go to China, it's like a whole world, a whole different world. Sports world.
Sure.
So the thing was, so God so loved the world. We just told you that the laws, statutes, commandments was given to the Israelites.
Sure.
So when he delivered the Israelites from out of Egypt, okay, he made them a nation.
Right.
That's the world that God is saying that he loved, because this is the people that he had made.
We gotta show you that according to the Bible.
Yeah, no,
There's different worlds. Read that.
Oh, got it. One thing before you do.
What is the short? Let's
go ahead.
This real quick. Yeah, that's book of St. John chapter 17, verse 9. It says, I pray for them. This is Jesus. It says, I pray for them, I pray not for the world. So wait a minute. How can he love the world, but then he said he don't pray for the world? Right?
Okay. This is John.
This is Jesus.
I'm sorry, Jesus.
Yes, this is Jesus. Yeah. You can see this in Hebrews 1:1 as well.
Okay.
He said, wait a minute, John 3:16, he says, God so loved the world. Again, in the old text, doesn't say that. Right? Okay. And then here, it says, I pray for them, I pray not for the world. And that's why people say the Bible is so contradictory. Because you have the word world, when you understand English, the word world have different meanings. Like,
so what do you guys take it to be?
Well, we're going to show you.
Read it for you.
Hebrews 1:1.
Get the
Isaiah 45:17.
Get the definition
of world.
Yeah.
Who want to get that and put it up?
Because I got it.
And then we're going to show you the Bible.
The Bible was originally written in Hebrew, and the Greek, it was translated. That's a different language. So we got the word world in John 16, right? But the word there is cosmos. Okay? So the word there, it says an apt and harmonious arrangement or constitution, order, government, right? An ornament, decoration. It says the arrangements of stars, right? It says the world, the universe, the circle of the earth, the inhabitants of the earth. These are different definitions, right? Now, it says the ungodly multitude, the whole mass of men, alienated from God, therefore hostile to the cause of Christ. It says worldly affairs, the aggregate of things earthly, the whole circle of earthly goods, endowments, riches, advantages, pleasures.
Well, for an example, Earth. Earth can be like negatively a positive and negative. They can call it Earth. I can take this part up and say I just dug up the Earth.
Okay.
But is it talking about the whole Earth? Not at all.
Okay.
Right? So Earth can mean the people too. The whole world. Right? The whole world can be people. The whole world can be the Earth.
So I would say when I read that and how I've understood it for decades to be the whole world. So when I look at it, I do hear what you're saying, and that's why there's the book of Acts.
Right.
Jesus said, go spread my word to all the nations, because it started off and then it spread, and so that's why you have missionaries and the book of Acts and all of that. But the whole book is that. It's all about
We're
mission.
going to show you. We're going to show you that who was Paul talking about. In fact, somebody get Acts 2 and 5 since you had asked. In Revelation 7 and 9 and 3.
So you guys think it's a limited number of nations? Is that it?
Well, nations is a whole lot of nations, but you have nations amongst nations. And we'll show you that.
Yeah. Do you consider you consider this place a nation? United States?
Yeah.
Just like the word world, there's many nations.
Yeah.
There's many definitions of nations. We can show you that. Acts 2 and 5.
This place wouldn't be considered a nation.
Okay.
But they call it nations. Remember, this is when you read Revelation 17 and 15.
Yeah.
It says where the horse sitteth, where all nations dwell at.
Yeah.
America has adopted all nations.
I'm not saying this nation's following God very well.
No, not at all. Not at all.
This is not a nation. It's not a nation at all.
Right. And that's fair enough.
By the definition of the word.
All right, read Acts 2 and 5. The book of Acts chapter 2, verse 5. It says, and there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men, out of every nation under heaven. Out of every nation under heaven. So you had Jews amongst every nation under heaven. Okay. Right? Give Revelation 7 and 9.
The definition of nation.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the definition of nation. It says a large body of people, because that's a word like the word world. That's used different. It says a large body of people united by common descent, okay, history, culture, or language, inhabiting a particular country or territory. Okay?
So you have different nations amongst America, right?
So you would consider each state a different nation, or each
No, you
town,
got different
city,
nationalities.
county,
Nation, yeah, nation different nationalities.
people's group, I guess.
Yeah, you got all kinds. It's a whole mixture here. But we're just trying to show you that the Lord is only dealing with the nation of Israel. We're going to show you in the Bible. Read Revelation 7 and 9.
Yep, this is Revelation 7 and 9. It says, after this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb, clothed with white robes and palms in their hand.
Now, what does that sound like? That sound like all nations, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, read it again,
It does.
because this has got to sink in.
So are you guys going with Israel and then all cultures from Israel? Is that it?
No, we're going to show you.
Okay.
Go ahead.
That kind of looks
Hold
like,
Deuteronomy 28:64.
It's
We're going to show you. Go ahead.
I'm reading it again. It's Revelation 7 and 9. It says, after this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations and kindreds and people and tongues, stood before the throne and before the Lamb.
Now, if you hold patience, we're going to show you. Get Deuteronomy 28:64, and then go into that word nation. The book of Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 64. And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, Right.
from the one end of the earth, even to the other.
Right. So the Israelites are scattered amongst all nations, right?
Sure.
Right. So that's why we say you can even be an Israelite, because you're
Sure.
scattered.
Yeah.
Now go to nations in the blue letter.
Yeah.
All right. Nations in the blue letters, it goes to the word ethnos. Yep. The biblical usage, a multitude, whether of men or of beasts, associated or living together, a company, troop, swarm, a multitude of individuals of the same nature or genus.
Yeah.
Genius.
You know what the word genus means?
Species.
Yeah.
Comes from the word gene.
Gene. No, that okay.
Genetics.
Yeah.
Polygyny.
Yeah.
Genetics.
There you go.
Now when you go into the multitude, that also go back when Genesis, he was talking about when Jacob was taught, the Most High was speaking to Jacob, and he said Jacob would be numbered as a multitude. But then when you go to Hosea 1 and 10, it says that Israel shall be as the sand of sea, as a multitude which no man could number. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
So now go back and read Revelation 7 and 9, and then you go to the word kindred. That's where you can get the understanding. Go ahead.
All right, this is Revelation 7 and 9. It says, after this I beheld, and lo, a great multitude, which no man could number, of all nations, and kindred, and people, and tongues.
Now hold it. That word kindred means what?
Family. Kindred. The next of kin. Family.
Right. So go to word kindred.
Genealogy.
What kindred? This is why I wanted to read Deuteronomy 28:64, because we were scattered amongst all nations. Go ahead.
The word kindred.
Yep.
It goes back to the word Phule. Phule. Yeah. It means a tribe. In the New Testament, all persons descended from one of the 12 sons of the patriarch Jacob.
Oh, wait a minute. I thought it was everybody.
Right. Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So the thing is, right? A lot of people, they look at this side, they see so-called Negroes, right? Like as if that's a term that they put predominantly on the so-called Negroes,
Right.
right? But it's that scripture said of all nations, right? But there are different kinds of
They're considered nations.
right. All of these tribes are considered nations. The tribe of
Sure.
Judah, the nation, different
Yeah.
families. So Judah ain't just gonna look like so-called Negroes. We're gonna look like so-called Irish, so-called Sicilians. Okay, we're gonna look like so-called Chinese people. Okay, wherever we're scattered at. Okay, you know, but those people that they look like, their lineage all goes back to their gene.
And that's why he said God so loved the world, because us as nations are scattered amongst the world.
Okay.
That's why we wanted to go there and
I
come back
got you. I
to
got
bring it home.
you. I got you.
You heard of the Moors, right?
Excuse me?
Moors. You heard of
I've
the
heard of them.
Yeah. Well, they so-called black men.
Yeah.
That went up into Italy.
Yeah.
Had a lot of children.
Yeah.
With Edomites, so-called
Yeah.
white people.
Yeah.
And they had children and so on.
Yeah.
So that's why we say some of.
Well, what's cool about this is you can trace it back to the 12 tribes of Israel, which I think is cool.
That's what it all really goes
I
down
can
to.
definitely buy into that.
Now, we're going to show you. Hey, he might be an Israelite. He might be a
I am cut on time, but I will tell you this, and it's just because I have the time there. Listening to you, I mean, that is a cool story with the Bible verses pointing to identifying to a tribe of Israel. I mean, that's cool.
Yeah.
I like that. That's cool. And the other thing is, and I'm sure I'm not the first person to agree with you, that obviously, if Jesus was born in the Middle East, he would have historically probably been around. And my take on it was always, well, I don't remember reading in the Bible where God ever mentioned just to say what his race was, but obviously I missed that. He did.
It tells you, it says God's race too. His fathers. If you want to stay around and hear that.
Okay. I have to look that. That's sadly short on time, but I will say that what you're saying is really interesting because obviously the portrayal of Jesus has not been accurate.
Well, we want to say,
and then looking at the fact that your identity in Christ is to a tribe of Israel. That's cool. I mean,
Yeah, because
that's
he's an
cool,
Israelite.
right? I mean,
And it
that's
did
cool.
mention his
I
tribe.
like it. That's true. That's
Did you know it didn't mention his tribe?
the
he
tribe
was-
of Jesus?
Yeah, it mentioned that. He
Which the
said this-
12? I've read this before. Which the 12 is his?
Yeah, the Judah. He said, I'm
Judah. Oh, the line of Judah. Duh. The line of Judah.
right.
Duh.
Right. But now, here's the thing. When you say Middle East, everybody think of the golden complexion and all that.
Right.
Do you know we was in the Middle East? Why you
Yes.
think we came from slavery?
Well, that's why I was saying, he definitely was a man of color.
Right. There we go. We got
I
it.
mean, it doesn't have to. I don't know if it goes into specifically,
Right. But that doesn't.
but it does,
That and that means something because of.
but it does. It's in the Bible. And God
Right.
mentioned this.
But at the end of the day, we don't go on skin color.
Right.
Right. Because it's a spirit thing. John
Yeah.
63. Right. So
Yeah.
when you think when you're dealing with the Middle East, you're dealing with when you go to the time of Egypt, Egypt got taken down by the Greeks.
Yep.
With Ptolemy and them. Ptolemy Sultan, 323 AD or something like that. BC Salakia. He took down, so you have a mixture going on in Egypt as well.
Yeah.
But they still recognize their different nationalities.
Yeah.
Now it's just everybody's mixing with everybody.
Well, you got two important messages here when you're talking to people that I like. And one is this whole thing about nations, which I've heard you talking about, which is all biblical.
Right.
That you're pointing them to Jesus by saying, hey, you got an identity of Christ. You know what? Like, your nation is Israel because you're a believer. And, like, that's cool. I like that. And the other thing is that, obviously Jesus wasn't white. And I totally agree with that. I've been a Christian since 94.
The ones who put that up were our enemies. And they don't want this truth being brought forth about who we are, and the ones who, because this is all about faith at the end of the day.
Well, no, that's the whole thing. It's like, I don't sit and think, oh my gosh, it's this for sure,
Well,
I believe in Jesus. That's all that matters.
Well, they want to keep the black and white thing. Yeah. Us arguing with white people,
I got, and
black people.
it's
a
something maybe
nationality.
you can help me with. I'm actually a history teacher.
Oh, okay.
So here's my request to you.
Okay.
Now, and sorry my time is short.
If we don't know, we'll ask. I mean,
But here's the thing. So first, I love the story about the tribes, and I love the story about Jesus' real persona.
Right.
Which I totally do agree with, and totally is biblical. I'm in agreement. Maybe y'all can do, and I just actually did a tour of the Black History Museum. So I teach in Virginia.
Okay.
So I don't have any authority in Maryland. But in Virginia, I'm doing a cultural representation presentation. And I made a submission to the state. And I said, look, in history, there's a certain number of white people that are required to be taught. There's a certain number of African American, Native American women. Those three numbers don't equal the first number.
Right.
So my argument is present each group with the same number required to be taught. And then there are two groups which aren't mentioned. And those are Hispanic, Latino, and Asian Pacific. And so I said, can't we just start that and do somewhat there, get something going. Maybe do half the number, start with something. Well, anyway, I mentioned this over to the museum. They were real interested in that in Maryland. And I said, I don't have any authority in Maryland. I'm just passing through. Love your museum. It's cool. They thought it was a good idea. But because what is required to be taught is what you know is definitely
right.
And all the rest is nice and it's extra.
Right. Well, they give you a curriculum, and they tell
they do.
Right.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they give you a curriculum.
They sure do.
They can't tell you the whole truth. But what I must teach these children this. That's why they told us Christopher Columbus discovered America. When you go into the history of Cristobal Colon, which was his real name,
Three Nino brothers.
Was it?
Three Nino brothers.
I've heard of them.
They sailed with Columbus.
They was in Brazil, right?
And so they were three African sailors in Spain.
Okay.
Who went with Columbus.
Yep.
And you have Pedro, Nino, and
I didn't know their name.
The other two, and I just recently discovered this out. but they're the other two first names escape me. But it's the three Nino brothers. Right. One sailed one of the main boats.
Right. Well, they were navigating.
One owned one of the. Yeah, there were three navigators.
They were navigating.
One owned one of the boats.
They named the boat after him, I believe.
Right. Well, the Nina. Right. So so the Nino brothers.
Right.
And then I think about this guy, Matthias de Souza, the first Maryland elected African American politician ever.
I never heard
during slavery. Okay. Yeah. Matthias de Souza, the Maryland guy.
Wow.
But the thing is that, my answer is, what? Better representation.
Yeah. Who better to represent than us?
So, yeah.
Well, you have to go way before the Lord came on the scene.
Right.
Where all the origins, because history in these schools ain't gonna tell you why people look the way that they do. Well, that's what. Because it all goes back to family and nation. At the end of the day, the all throughout Genesis, you see from Ham, Shem, and Japheth, which they don't even teach about Noah and his sons in school.
They don't teach the true history. Mr. Bob Cologne. That was his real name.
That's why I got 501c3. Where did the Indians come from? That's among the people in the land of India.
Right. I teach about the 11 tribes of Virginia. So I have the Patagonia tribe comes to my class.
So the Native American.
Yeah.
Well, we still learn this stuff. Like, we still learn it.
Well, I just, research myself because I'm like, look, I am a history teacher. So, what I'm doing is really important in this regard.
Now, since you're a history teacher, I'm asking a question. Not about history, really.
Yeah.
But prior to the 1500s, who were the Negroes?
Okay.
They don't say. Nobody teaches that. We were just African monkeys swinging through the vines with a banana in one hand, right? Throwing bananas and fruits at each other. That's all they say we were.
Are you familiar with iconoclasm? Yes.
Well, that's
why did they call it the Dark Ages? No, I'm saying, I want to hear your perspective.
It's so one story I've heard is because of the death and the bubonic plague. Another story is the lack of education, but I'm sure it's much worse than that.
Well, it's much more brighter.
Sure it is.
It's brighter than that.
Oh, okay.
Because the Dark Ages is when, like the elder just said, that's when Negroes really ruled the world. Okay. The Moorish Empire, the Byzantine Empire, that was our people that was ruling the world.
And that's the thing I got to say is that when I was born in 1975, and a lot of the stuff that I read, whether or not I realized it probably had some kind of an agenda behind it. I'm sure it did. And so I've had to do a lot on my own to come up with, to say, what, if I really want to make a difference because of this,
Well, they would fire you if you told the children, you were Moors. You were Moors back in they called it the Dark Ages because these people that came in power during the Renaissance, they didn't want you to know your history. So that's when they came up with that black and white thing. Now, when you go to the Russian icons, right, they're all black images.
Okay.
Yeah, look it up. Google it. Russian icons. Look, Google it real quick. Russian icons, they were showing nothing but black images. Yeah. And read that real quick because we haven't read the scripture, First Maccabees 3:48. God, this is the book of First Maccabees, chapter 3, verse 48. Another book they took out of the Bible. So
yeah.
It says, and laid open, it says, and laid open the book of the law, wherein the heathen had sought to paint the likeness of their images. Right. So this is going in the time of the Maccabees. When Antiochus and them, and they took our people down, and our people was in the temple, and he put hell on the temple, our temple, man. And they
because they didn't respect our that we had.
Here's another thing, that okay, so the Egyptians, right, were to Egyptians for all that they did, people want to have one look at things one way or whatever.
Can I say something real fast?
So yeah,
I know what you're saying, brother.
Yeah. It's a difference between us and
you see
the
that?
Egyptians.
Okay.
Now,
It was about nationality. It wasn't about skin color.
right, because you can have two different dark nations.
Get that head mic supposed to.
Yeah.
Hey Joey.
There you go, brother. Bring
Yeah,
up the
I'll
style of
probably
your
about
stuff.
that.
That's like pictures.
You guys doing all right?
It's right there.
Who's the one that's going for the difference between Egyptian and
I'm on Pratt Street,
Exodus?
near the Inner Harbor, walking back to the hotel.
Not sure. I know it's Exodus 4.
I'd love to go.
Yeah, here we go. So when you had slavery,
Yeah,
you had another dog nation selling another dog nation into slavery. So like if you go into 7-Eleven, there's Abdullah darker than him. Or just as dark as him. And he would never say, I'm a Negro. I would never say I'm that. You know about the word where Bible says nigger in it? Ah, you never heard that either. Well, neither really comes from nigger. When they took us into captivity, the Southern the Southerners weren't that educated. That's why we talk like that. We talk like the bastards.
I think I've read about dork in the Bible, but not the N-bomb. Is there dork in the Bible somewhere? Dorcas or something?
You know what? I don't know.
I'm not denying. I missed a couple of things, so I'm going to admit that. But
Well, I say that it's really Niger. Niger really means black. That's all it means.
Well, if you look at a box of crayons,
Right.
Negro is black.
Yeah.
But how you speak is very
It is.
That's an outdated,
Especially if you're in the white skin.
It's an outdated term.
Yep.
It's not something that.
Well, we were calling ourselves that first.
Ooh.
I got
Yeah, read the definition, bro.
definition for I was gonna say in the movie Shaka Zulu.
Yeah.
They say they even say that the people that Shaka Zulu was gathering up, they say these are the wondrous Jews of Africa.
Sure enough, they said that in the movie.
Woo. Okay. This is the book. This is from
Like
Bible.
you can tell our difference between a bottlehead African or Ethiopian. Although some of our people are mixed among them. Go ahead, brother.
This is the Zondervan pictorial Bible.
Yeah, Zondervan. Yeah.
Right. Before that, sure. I got one more thing to say. You know about Moses.
Yeah.
The Red Sea and all that.
Oh yeah.
That's what it was. The Israelites leaving Egypt.
Okay.
There you go. That was two different things. Right.
They found evidence of those chariots on the sea.
Yeah. Right. This is the book of
Right.
This is the definition of Ham.
Go ahead.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Ham, Shem, and Japheth.
I actually just finished the Genesis Bible study. We talked a lot about Ham.
Okay. It says Ham, the youngest son of Noah, probably born about 96 years before the flood. And one of the 8 persons who lived through the flood. He became the progenitor of the dark races, not the Negroes, but the Egyptians, Ethiopians, Libyans, and Canaanites.
So why did he
So
say
this is in the reference of a concordance in Zondervan.
So then why did he say he became the progenitor of the dark races? Because now they was using that iconoclasm of white people. So he said all nations was dark at that time. There was no white people in there at that time.
Sure. Why do they say Dutch Negro? Because a lot of people would say that they would think that we're Canaanites. They just say that we're not Canaanites. Yeah. So if we're not Hamites, then who are we?
We would have,
Guys, first, I want to thank you for this conversation. Say, you know what? The message there about Jesus being black obviously is true. The message about that we're all descended from the tribes of Israel. I love that.
Well, everybody is
I've been dealing with this for 24 years of teaching right here.
There we go. Now look at that.
I can say this: you might be from the tribe of Israel.
Okay.
But the Caucasians, they're from the tribe of Edom. Esau. Okay, so not everybody that looks like a so-called white man is an Israelite. Okay, that's like how we're saying that Not every black person is the same. Not every white person is the same. The spirit. It's the spirit. We don't go about that white black thing.
Yeah.
So Esau are predominantly the so-called white people.
And generationally, they have to pay for what they did. Right? So real quick.
Yeah. I am black, but humbly.
What?
I am black, but humbly.
This is why during the slave Bible, they took certain passages out of the Old Testament, took certain things out so we could read and understand it.
Yeah.
I'm saying I'm black and humbly. Go ahead. Yep. Think about that. All the lies, and this is why you see the Negroes running around here shooting each other, killing each other. They have no hope. They've been brought up in the hate. They've been brought up lost. You take a people and made them and put them out in the world under poverty-stricken conditions. Disorder.
And the mother over the
Put the mother over the father, and feed them the GMO foods and the junk and the trash, and feed them that rap music and all the gun industry. What do you think is going to happen to a people who do that?
I'll tell you, I'm trying real hard to teach about the, equal representation of what I'm doing.
Right.
Teaching them stories about, Marcus or William Harvey Carney, first African American veteran of honor, Civil War, all sorts of stuff that I do.
We did a lot. Joseph is the one that made Egypt great. Right. Going all the way back there. Yeah. I know a guy, this is a true story. There's an old guy across the street from where we live in Georgia. He did an inventor thing. He got the invention going. He had to put the money up. And then somehow in his contract, he got messed up. And they wanted him to come up with all this money. He never could. So what did they do? He signed a contract. They actually took his invention and used it. And now they're going to put it on the face of somebody else and say they used it.
Listen, guys, I appreciate it.
Can I get one more thing for you? Can I get one more thing for you?
Yeah.
Joe is a biblical thing, by the way.
Yes,
I got one more thing, right? This is from the Bible dictionary, right? And then it says Edom, right? Esau and Edom are the same person. Esau, his children are called Edomites.
Yeah.
Okay? Now, right here, it says Edom, right? Edom figures prominently in the prophetic scriptures as the scene of great future justices. That's what you're talking about here in America.
Yeah,
right?
it sure is.
Okay. Now here we go. It says she is the only neighbor of the Israelites who was not given any promise of mercy from God. So the Edomites are going into slavery according to what the Bible says.
I said Hebrews 12 and 16. That's any point
Who
of
the Edomites?
the so-called white man. Not all white men. I'm talking about as a nation. Like him, he might not be Edomite. It's a nationality.
I
We can show you
doing the Genesis.
and then you got to ask us, how do we know that that's the white man? Esau's the white man. That's a good question, right? When the Bible says, we say the Bible says Esau's the white man, how can we prove that? That's a question, right?
That's a fair question. Guys, I appreciate the conversation. I'm sorry I got to go. I am in agreement with all of what you're saying. I really am, and it's good you're doing this. And well, as I'm trying to do what I can as a history teacher to I got to use Juneteenth flag in my room and stuff like that. And I do a lot with the Black Heritage Society. I'm writing up the history.
And maybe that's why you're doing what you're doing, because the Spirit is on you to do it.
It is.
Now you got other Israelite groups
that
you might run across and just look at you as a white man and say, "You're a devil! You're going to slavery! Free!"
Yeah.
And they got the microphones and all that.
This picture is not going to get you. It's believing in Jesus.
Yeah. But that's
so, and it doesn't. It's not about some kind of racial message.
Right. Well, it is in a sense.
Yeah. Although, unfortunately, it has been by the wrong people.
Well, because when they put this image up, our people really, like when you look on the money, we just looked over that. When our women see in God we trust, they're looking at money as a provider. So they're looking at white people as their provider and their Lord.
And that can send a very bad message.
Right. Art imitates life, right?
That's why the best I can do is the equal numerical representation. and because I put in the research to do it, and I've been doing it, I can tell you, like the first African American, Juan Garrido, Henry Louis Gates Jr., leading Harvard African American historian. Anything by him is like golden.
You know, Elon Musk is considered an African American too, right?
I did not. I'm sure he is. Oh, yeah, he was born in South Africa. He was born in South Africa. I actually just looked him up today. I'm like, dude, this guy spent $44 billion. Let me look him up.
Yeah.
Oh, he was born in South Africa.
It was him and the Gates Foundation. They all went over to Africa doing all those experiments, like Gates.
Yeah.
Put things around a bunch of puppies' heads and set off sandflies and let them get eaten alive. They were doing that to dogs. They were doing that to little children. All those experiments, the AIDS virus, all released over in Africa, man.
He's behind this tip.
Oh, yeah.
He's one of the ones behind this tip. Elon Musk.
They're bringing in a new world order. So now you know who the Negroes are in America. We're not going to tell you to go to school and teach the black kids the Israelites. Then you're going to get fired. You can't do that. But at least you know, even if you don't take in everything we said, at least you can take in some things and build an understanding of what. And what I like about you is your humility. Because most history teachers are like, hell no, you're going on. You always, like, we listen to things you said.
The fact that I can tell you the things I've told you shows research.
Do the research.
Hey, tell your children to look up Hebrew Israelites, man.
They're going to get in trouble. Then they're going to go tell their parents. He indoctrinated them. You know, because they'll listen to him because he got the white spirit.
Yeah.
Do you know we got guys in our camps?
I am so sorry that the world is this way.
Well, that's how it's supposed to be. That's how
It is not.
That's why the scriptures say that we're going to.
It's not something that I enjoy.
We had to go through this in order to get the glory.
Yeah.
This is a part of the shame that we have.
Well, but see, we're all brothers in Christ down to the tribes of Israel.
There we go.
And
He said it.
it doesn't matter that Jesus really was. Well, it does matter. He was black. So
Yeah, but at this point, once you know,
I don't see why it's such a big deal for people to accept historical truth.
well, we got pride.
Well, all he needs is the sandals, right?
Yeah. The sandals on the road.
Well,
All right. I mean, we hear every week.
I'm sorry that the world is the way it is. My God.
Well,
No, the Lord set it up. The Lord set it up. The Lord set it up like
Well, he did. But a lot of people made a lot of sinful decisions.
well, everything happened according to what he wanted.
It is true. It is true.
Yeah, we have to say that on that. The Lord,
No, that's true.
we are kind of sorry we're in this condition, but it's beautiful that we've woken up.
Yeah.
And you, like, the Most High controls everything. Man's going to the Lord. He the one sets kings up. It's all in the Bible. He sets kings up. He bring them low. He make them rich. He bring them low. And it's all set up and orchestrated. But ultimately, read Ecclesiastes 3:15.
You're trying to get those scriptures in, man.
No, I mean, this is cool. Like, you have,
Right before you go.
that's a good place.
This is the book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 3, verse 15. It says that which has been is now, and that which is to be has already been.
Yeah.
And God will require that which is past. So all that slavery, see, it's generational.
Yeah.
Right? What's that one I like? I keep forgetting Job 32, Job 34, 29. Read that. This is real quick.
Yeah.
So all that happened, like Jesus. Did you know there's a thing of reincarnation, right? Woo! Jesus is coming back. We're going to show you that too. Revelation 1 and 7 real quick. We're going to show you the reincarnation of Jesus coming back, right? So to us, if I kill somebody and I get swift judgment, okay, in this lifetime I get swift judgment. But the Lord will judge you in lifetimes, centuries, to the third and fourth generation. Go ahead, read that. Deuteronomy chapter 34, verse Job chapter 34, verse 29. It says, when he giveth quietness, who then can make trouble? When he hideth his face, who then can behold him? All right, it says, whether it be done against the nation or against the man only. So So nations are punished. Read that Revelation 1 and 7 real quick.
This is Revelation 1 and 7.
This is what Jesus said.
Behold, he cometh with clouds,
Them chariots. Go ahead.
and every eye shall see him.
Right. Go ahead.
Says, and every eye shall see him.
Every eye shall see him, right?
And they also which pierced him.
Right. And also them who pierced him. Wait a minute. When Jesus comes back, how are the people who pierced him going to see him? Unless they in hell and they got a big screen TV that can handle the heat. And they sit eating popcorn. Yep, that's him coming back. No, they'll hear right now those Romans, those other Israelites, them Jews that were responsible for getting them killed, for ravens, and all those wicked high priests, they're all back here today. Read that again.
It says, behold, he cometh with clouds,
Right,
every eye shall see him.
right,
And they also which pierced him,
right,
and all kindreds of the earth shall hear because of him.
right. All the individuals of the earth. So even the ones who pierced Jesus is going to see him coming in a cloud.
That's right.
So how is that not a form of reincarnation?
Okay.
Unless they're going to be in hell with the little remote controls and shit. Yup. Breaking news. Say with the horns. Breaking news. Jesus has returned. 200 in-screen TV projection. The same with a suit and tie, and the fire can handle the heat of the TV. You know that crazy shit.
Well, I love your tribe of Judah thing. Is that what that is? Yeah. The tribe of Judah thing. What was that? The menorah. Yeah. I mean, God bless you guys. All right. I love what you're doing right now.
Hey, you know, just do some more research study. Who knows? We might have a history teacher up here.
Like I said, I teach at Maryland, but I shared with the museum here that idea about, the equal representation.
Don't say too much, though. You're going to get fired. You're going to bring him up on charges.
We're not going to get equal representation.
I'm sorry?
I said, we're not going to get it. We got
Well, Frederick Douglass and Harry Tubman, and
it was all slave owners. It was all ran by the slaves.
Do you know?
Slave masters.
Right. Do you know the history of Harriet Tubman?
Oh, yes.
But did you know Harriet Tubman was sent up by the Quakers?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Quakers. And the Quakers is the one that funded her. In fact, there was Underground Railroad before Harriet Tubman.
Yeah.
And they set her up. They gave her a gun. They gave her a mitten. And she went in there and they were just transporting slaves.
She came back here 19 times.
She did.
That's
She
right.
even came up here in Maryland.
That's right.
And
That's
her husband,
where she escaped from there.
right, her husband refused.
I know.
Her husband said, I ain't got to sell out.
That's right.
Hell with you.
Yeah.
So Harriet Tubman was really a sellout for the white man. The so-called abolitionists. But you can't blame the people who wanted to come up north, because you went from one slavery to a better slavery than the South. I mean, I would. If I'm down south, man, you found a way to get us up north. Man, I gotta get whipped and beat like that. They were savage. Yeah, they were savage. So of course, like it's just like a job. You ain't enjoying the job, trying to go to a couple more. Right.
Certain part, don't forget certain parts up north where this is worth too.
Right.
But it was just certain parts.
No, they treated them like, depending on what families you got. Yeah. Because some of the Southerners migrated to the north along with them. Yeah. Believe it or not. So
some of them northern crew.
Some of them northern ones,
they teach that up New York. I believe Frederick Douglass is a slave master's son. If I'm not mistaken. So,
I get it.
A lot of his schools and stuff like that,
I get it.
that are named after so-called black people.
Yeah.
They were puppets, pretty much. And so we're not going to get fair treatment here. That's why the scriptures say God so loved the world. That's He gave His only begotten.
Whoever need will help. Yeah, I understand. Up north, like the brother said, they had some of them.
That's another way of looking at things. Sure. All right, guys, it's great talking with you.
All right.
And man, you're making a lot of good points. All right. And I'm sorry that all are side of the truth.
Yeah, but there's a reckoning coming.
Yes, there is.
Yes.
They have to pay for this. All right, take care. Well, we got the history teacher.
Like Godfather was sort of Sopranos. I won't look a character up out of there.
y'all be like doing music from Cheers. No, he didn't. But which I believe he was a chick. Yeah, go ahead.
Elder Prophet, y'all were glowing like bronze, man. Nah, y'all, I know you think of praise. I'm telling you, like I be seeing things. He be showing me things that you don't. I'm telling you, man. Y'all were glowing like bronze. Like, all right. I just want to say
The spirit of the light, spirit of light.
Oh, I was just looking. Man, I'm telling you, man, he's something else. He like, just let me show you something. And you be like,
That's all the spirit of the Lord. And that's what makes us one body. You know, points I don't remember, other brothers bring out. The brother whipped out, saw the man on him, you know. This brother bring out stuff, the brothers bring out
teachers are bad, man. My teachers are bad, man. My teachers are bad, man.
Add to it. Like, you got one brother that can add one little thing to it, and it could be powerful in the whole conversation. You know what I'm saying? It can be powerful in the whole conversation. But we were just trying to show him as a history teacher that a lot of his story that he's teaching is false. You know, a lot of that stuff that Harriet Tubman, they put the black woman. First of all, what's his name? Judge Joe Brown had a problem with that. He said that was great black men. First of all, it wasn't just an underground railroad from the south to the north. They was going from the north to the south as well. Watch 12 years of slavery. They would come up there and kidnap people and bring them back. Even the point of the white history,
A lot of that, when you go deep into it, is lies. They try to make it seem like so-called black people are white.
Well, black history lies too. So they lied on our history. Right. White history is the one that set up black history. That fucking lies, man. Everything they say that a lot of this black history is full of crap. Right. But all these great inventors, right? They get no recognition. But Christopher Columbus gets a
The great inventors that get recognition if they got the white skin. You know, it was a Jake. They make it seem like we only made peanut butter and shit. Like,
You come to find out that Jake that created everything.
Yeah.
I went into the car.
That's
It was a Jake that had the.
we're the form of all things.
Yeah, George Washington Coleman, Peanut Man.
Yeah.
No, he was in a bootleg. You know,
Jake made the potato chip. I showed you that George Carlin.
and a lot of those northerners up north were tares. What they would do is they would have sex with the slaves, right? The black woman. And those babies didn't have no place mixing in. So they would take those babies and they would raise them up north. And they would set up boule to push their white agenda through blacks. So a lot of the boule was really tares. That's where you get where it comes from.
And look at the Quaker Oats. All the products under there.
That was all by Jake. Obama.
Jake, they really got, but they got Skippy's peanut butter, which is a little Edomite chop.
Right. Jelly and all that. And really what happened is during the plantations, the Native Americans knew, and we were creating all that shit. And they optimized off of it, and they got everything out of it, and they set their names up and said it was them. Like when you look at Jelly, Smuckers and all that, those all was set up by Jake. And they took it and lied and said it was all them.
Jack Daniels.
Like Jack Daniels.
That was a Jake.
Sugar. What?
They took the patent for that.
Yeah. All of it, man. Because them devils didn't know how to do nothing when they came here. You know, when Columbus went down and set up the Brazilian Indian Company down in Brazil, they were harvesting sugar cane. Down in Jamaica, Jamaica was called Jamaica. It didn't have a J at that time. Remember the J wasn't an alphabet. Right. It was an X. Jamaica. Right. And they went down in there and they harvested sugar. That's how the elites really came in power through sugar. Stone. Yeah, they scammed the paperwork because a lot of that stuff was off the British royalty in England. They And they conned and scammed and set up councils. And then, of course, you know us.
Yeah, we trust.
Yeah. You know, and you know what happened? Yeah. That white man came in like a flood, man. He took us out of power.
Biggest scam.
It's the biggest, it still is.
Yes. Yeah.
Everything is a scam. You pay insurance for a whole year, you don't get a damn thing back.
Right.
Come on now. You just paid $10,000 this year, and ain't nothing. We'll give you a discount.
Yeah.
Right. We'll give you a 2% discount or some shit.
Right.
And then with the taxes, what they do is raise the price on it and give you a discount, and you're still paying the same shit.
Right.
The same, just like with the stimulus shit, the cost of living adjustment. You get a stimulus check, which they got that back a long time ago. So you Social Security or your job, they raise the pension. Now you get, instead of $1,300 a month, you get $1,600 a month. But then you go buy a bag of apples and shit like $8 damn dollars. Then your gas and electric is like, wait a minute, this shit is higher. So the cost of living adjustment ratio, you never out succeed the money that you had to put out. In other words, the money that you're spending, according to the ratio, you was better off having less money and paying less than having more money and paying more. Right? The value of the dollar. Right. It's not the cost of the stuff going up, it's the value of the dollar bringing it down. Right? And this is the trickery. And this is why now, when we was young, you could get some penny candy. Oh yeah. You could get a loaf of bread. You could get some oatmeal pie. Yes, sir. All for $1. Right? Now, zebra cakes, all for $1. Then the coops got smart. They opened it up and started selling them in quarters.
And then when you look on there and say not for resale. Come on, man.
Hey, Prophet, remember they used to do when I used to smoke, man, they used to tap loose.
Yeah. They sell them separately.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to do that.
When I used to smoke, that's right. When I used to smoke,
that's right.
Go to a corner store and get a loosey for a quarter.
Yep, remember that? Yep. And then they making money off of it. They're the only ones capitalize off of that, man. So we get the parable of Lazarus.
You're not supposed to. Really, they supposed to be able to shut down all those stores, man. You know, because they're not supposed to resell those cakes and stuff, man. It's not for resale, not to be sold individually. You know, that whole box, they're supposed to be for that house without that person, not individual.
You do say it on the plastic.
Yeah,
it do say that.
Not for individual resale.
Yeah, they sure enough do say it.
If people don't get it,
nope,
they don't get it. You can go to freaking Costco's or BJ's and stuff like that and get it.
Calm.
It's just that when you go there to Costco, they give you like 20 freaking oatmeal pies. Like, what the hell you gonna eat 20 oatmeal pies?
Yeah, some of us do.
Yeah.
Some of them.
Like, man, I gotta get another.
Yeah.
But you get tired of it after a while. You know, you just want one of them. You know,
That shit will be all high and shit. I did that oatmeal pies. Yeah, I looked up the ingredients on that. It has nothing to do with oatmeal.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell is this?
Yeah, we did.
That's some Frankenstein shit. Like, sugar and sugar.
Sounds like some flavor enhancing sugar.
Yeah.
So it seems like
different varieties of different things. Corn syrup, type of bread. And then they'll be so wicked. And then they'll put some maple in there. And you put all that sugar and all that bullshit in there. The whole purpose of the maple. Just a maple.
Yeah.
This is a devil, man. Go ahead, brother. Okay, so this is the parable of Lazarus, right? And see if we remember that. Let's go ahead. Yep. All right, the book of Luke, chapter 16, verse. And the Christians believe this is really talking about going down to hell and fire and Lazarus coming out of the graves and all that. Yeah. 16 verse 19. 16 verse 19. Luke 16 verse 19. It says, there was a certain rich man which was clothed in purple and fine linen and fared sumptuously every day. All right. It says, and there was and that's, pretty much, you can equate that to these guys here, man. Esau evil. All right.
Oh,
right.
Yeah. Cool.
It said, and there was a certain beggar named Lazarus. Yeah, who's Lazarus? Who represents Lazarus? Us. Yeah. It says, which was laid at his gate, full of source. Right. Full of source. Well, bringing hell on us, man. Right. Verse 21. It says, and desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table. All right. Moreover, the dogs came and licked the source. All right. Let's try to break that down. Yeah, that's what, yeah. So the dogs licking the source is the other nations, man. They feed off of our, like you were saying, the roots, you know, or get flagged for saying that. You know, well, there's nothing wrong. That was Mongoloids. Yeah. That was the original name for it. Yeah, but they flag it for saying that now because they claim it's a racist term. Oh. You know, but you had the Moabites. You said they was, you know, standing on the corner selling this shit. They come, you know, down the street where we at. You know, you got the Chinese spots right in that same area and on that same building. You got the Arabs. You know, the Israelites. You know, doing the same thing. All up in our so-called country, selling this garbage. You know, so they feeding off of the Israelites' suffering. They also sell out women of weeds, yeah, and that hair burning shit, they're burning scalps. They got the little weed dispensers. I mean eyelash dispensers. I'm sorry, they got the eyelash dispensers. You go to the doctor's office, they got the Arab doctors. Every time you go in there, you need something. You need anal probe and shit like that. It's time for your colonoscopy. Yeah. They excited with that shit. Yeah, everybody like sitting around biting their nails. Yeah, we got him next.
They got a gel and they put away, and then they put this camera on there, and they can see everywhere inside. But you gotta stick something up the rear. Right.
And then people die. But there's people who really die from that colon cancer. See, I knew a guy, he was in his 30s, so he wasn't up in time to get one. And he just started bleeding out his rectum. See, order out of chaos. That's what he's talking about. They create a problem. They have all this shit. You know, what the hell is it? You know, but they create a problem. They create a problem. You know, and then, you know what you gotta do? You gotta go in the hospital, you know. And then they had, you know, they give you that pork. Yeah. Well, when you're dealing with the Food and Drug Administration, the FDA, the original name for FDA was chemical pork. This is why when you buy food, it must be approved by the Food and Drug Administration. What does drugs have to do with food? So they're using drugs in food, right? And that's why we get high rates of colon cancer. Damn. You don't see your colon out, eat a bunch of defiled food, a whole lot of beef, pit beef, which is not wrong with beef, but you can't abuse that. And then mainly pork. I had the old Jake, he was 70. He was up to get the camera probe, right? And he said, the doctor told him, you know what we found that gets colon cancer? Pork. He told his old ass that. And you can catch him next week eating the bacon double cheeseburger. Jake, you can tell Jake is killing you. And they telling you this shit is wrong. And Jake will eat that shit anyway.
I used to don't like bugs, but crabs.
Ooh.
Bugs, spiders. And, you know, he puts in the chat, man, I don't care about health, it tastes good, so I mean, you know.
Wow. That little piece of carne.
Yeah. Not you laying on the floor dead.
I got the
Don't say that in school, though. Don't you die, you dumbass nigga. They ever had a police at the house or
terrorist threats. I got the definition of purple from
a nigga definition of purple and weed.
It says the rich man was called the purple.
Oh, we got the reason.
The word purple, it says the rich man was clothed in purple. Purple was a very costly dye extracted from a marine mollusk, from which the Phoenicians were able to manufacture the dye. It says the shell was broken so that a small gland in the neck of the mollusk might be removed and crushed. It says the crushed gland gave out a milk-like fluid that turned purple or scarlet upon contact with the air.
It says the cells of the mollusk from which purple is obtained can yet be seen strewn along the shore of Tyre and near the ancient dye works of Athens and Pompeii. It says because of its extreme costliness, it became a mark of distinction to wear a robe of purple. In later times, ecclesiastical officials arrayed themselves in purple robes. In very ancient times, the common, it says, in early times, royalty was so dressed. So purple is supposed to be a sign of royalty. Roman shape. Like we scared of something. That's the sign of royalty, you know. That's how filthy rich these people are, man. You know, in the extremes that people go to get a lot of these things that people call delicacies and stuff like that. They have people on there and be under their rulership, right? That go to extreme costs, you know, to do what they want, you know, so that they can live rich, you know.
Yeah, that's why Solomon, the Phoenicians, he had them go and bring back certain things.
That walking around with this fucking mug,
like you the baddest thing. Little bony ass. You probably got a gun in your back pocket.
Probably, yeah.
That's
Jump
all.
on the but he got to fight. He got to shoot all of us.
That's what he gonna do.
That shows you how much power someone has if you have the power to make somebody go out there and actually risk their life for you. Mm-hmm. You know, that takes a lot of power. You know, the Lord doing that for us. Now, look how much power Yahweh Shimon Shah got for us to come out here and have us as a sacrifice. Yeah. These people, they got people that actually go out there and they will sacrifice just for them to live rich, man.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
That's the wicked man for you, man. And they show you that in those movies, those rich people like Squid Games. the guy that was had the mask on wasn't even they had him doing whatever they wanted to do. He had to be down there with the regular people and all that stuff sometimes, man. And they could have just grabbed him up and did whatever. He used to be did they say he used to be a copy? Did they say that? The front man. Did they say he used to be a copy? Oh, he's a brother of a copy. But, hey, so it's on some power. You know? Just so they could. You seen that Squid Games?
You know what? I just seen Gold Park. I've never got into the whole thing.
Okay, well, it's a lot of symbolism in it. You know? There's a lot of symbolism. You had the guy that was the front guy. You had the elites. They was all putting on themselves for the elites, man.
Just like the movie Hunger Games. Not Hunger Games, the one where America shut down and they were the birds. Yeah, same
okay.
type.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I see it.
Lyrical or something.
It was like second prayer or something like that, right?
First and second. Yeah. We know around this time.
Yeah, you always said that. And he proved himself. But that's okay.
You know, fucking walk by, give you stare.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we a unit, so.
Nigga, you ain't. Even the rap songs.
Yeah.
They talk about niggas like that.
Yeah.
They ain't never did shit.
Right.
But all of a sudden, they're thugs and shit.
Right.
They ain't never walked in a thug footstep. And that's from that music, man. They hear that shit, and that vibration. I remember out there when we saw them niggas used to walk by and do that shit.
Yeah.
How do you look at them, though?
Soon as they got to a pit, they up in them. Yeah, I'm looking.
Yeah, when I was locked up, all them niggas up in there was little bitches.
Yeah.
They were little bitches because they wouldn't come up and deal with us on them levels, man. They only like that because they got them fucking guns and shit. But when I was locked up, all the fucking niggas there was little bitches, man. They were straight up whores, man. And that's what we called them. little bitches, man. East Coast, West Coast. And they get their ass beat up, slammed up. And they coming up and asking me, "Yeah, you protect me, man. Yeah, look out for me, man." That little nigga that walked by, he's a little bitch. You go up in jail, you gonna have his head down. Yup. Yeah, yup. They all little bitches up in there, man. They ain't like back in the day when you was in jail and shit. Like them niggas was rough up in there, man. Little niggas, man, little GMO babies, man. Little fucking little niggas, man.
Sitting up on that cell watching that flat screen TV. And
That's why Elijah, with the sheep ass, tore them fucking children up. Because each one of those niggas represent them children. You know? And the elect is not going to behave like that. Even in the world when I was hustling and I was doing shit, I ain't act like that, man.
No.
I mean, you're thorough. You know, that's not manly. You know? You sitting up there, you ready to shoot a nigga over, you know, because he talk about your mother. How the hell is that a manly spirit? That shit ain't manly. You just go, you know, walking up to somebody. What up now, nigga, with my mama, bro, and blow their head off. That shit ain't manly. Yeah, but when the police come, all you niggas scared, bro. But one police come, you little niggas running like little goddamn roaches. Yep. But the Black Lives Matter, right? Yeah. But then they killing each other on a high level. So Black Lives Matter.
Okay. I was saying that back in the day. They know where the hatred for the white man come from. But now it come from these niggas.
They ain't talking about, oh, my mama. Your mama been a slut. Man, Jake is so effeminate, man. It's like, I watched this video sometime this week, you know, and the cop, you know, my cop come, you know, knock, you know, police, you kind of got to knock on the door hard, you know, to get somebody's attention. Right. You know, you come out, hey, how you doing, man? But I appreciate if you don't bang the hell out my door, man. And then they stand outside and he make a big ass deal about him knocking on his door real hard and shit. You know, it's like, man, like you said, man. That's why we gotta be smart. Yeah. Because they know where we at. Them little niggas run up and start shooting. Yes. So they know where we at. We don't know where they at. Right. We presented our bodies a living sacrifice. Yeah. The Lord said He did not give us a spirit of fear. Hey. We gotta go for the Lord's work. And that's what has to happen. You know, the Lord did not give us a spirit of fear, man. You know, in the church, you kind of comfortable up in there. You know, you're in a controlled environment. Yeah. The real prophets of the Lord is out on the hedges. One of those dreams I mentioned. You know, Jake posted up down there because they mad about us and something. You know, they constantly over there shooting at us. Yeah. But we had, you know, we don't have fear. Right. But we had to think, living dog is better than a dead lion. So we had to be smart about it. We were still teaching, we were still reading. Yeah. So we was kind of laying on the ground. Okay. All right. Okay. We were still doing. Okay. Even your house shot ducked out of there. That's what I was going to say. You told that. Actually, his brother wanted to know. Read that. Yeah. And all the shit happening. Your house shot ducked down. And then you got other Israelite groups say, y'all a bunch of cowards. Yeah. A living dog is better than a dead lion. Boom. That motherfucker just walked by, and all them niggas like to walk by just mark themselves. So when I see another nigga shot dead in the street, you know what? Well, there we go. It's well deserved. Yep. Because ain't nothing done without the Lord's permission. Woo! That's what we have. That be them wicked ass Jake. Okay, gunned down. Yep. That's right. Y'all teaching hate. You know what is hate? It's because we're telling you to stop smoking weed, committing adultery, and shooting each other. Yep. But the white man comes up in a police car. This one with a badge and a radio. This one. Ho, out of here! Every 50 niggas. One time, we out. Easily on the phone. I sent that watermark yesterday. Right.
They show you that one cop come up, all these Jakes stabbed. Right, you know. It's just one of them.
Well, Christopher Columbus said that. He went down to Brazil and he saw that they were so docile that they ran and tried to escape from it. It was only like 5 of them. And he said 20 men ran from 5. That's our people. So that nigga would never come by and mug a white man like that. A white man standing there with suit and ties, he would come out. Nope. You know, that little Devontae Davis Grammy look, man. You know?
Yeah.
that Baltimore shit. I know them young niggas still did that shit.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, they still do it all the time.
Yep.
And they do that all the time.
Let's look for something. Y'all get that in
I know what you're doing real quick.
we'll walk down the way to Wicked. Proverbs.
Oh, I thought you said, but I was thinking,
That's what I'm saying. That's a proverb.
Yeah, Proverbs. Yep. What was this Proverbs?
Walk down in the way of the wicked. What's both? Somebody look it up. It says, walk not in the way of the path of the wicked. It's in Proverbs. I know they're like 17, something like that. It says, walk, enter not into the path of the wicked. Proverbs 4:14. Proverbs 4:14. Right, this book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 14. Right. It says, enter not, enter not. He saw this Jesus. Oh, man, they put Jesus on. That's probably why. My mama didn't like. Yep. My mama would be mad. That's probably why he was looking like that. Wow. It says, enter not, because he looked at the Jesus. Enter not into the path of the wicked, right, and go not in the way of evil men. Right. Avoid it. Pass not by it. Turn from it and pass away. For they sleep not, except they have done mischief. All right, them niggas walking by lurking. Damn, what can I get into now? Okay. The Bloods and the Crips. Okay. They kind of chilling then. Yep. I need a new nigga to bang on. Yep. That's how they are, man. Yep. Go ahead. Trying to sleep with their friends' wives and shit. Okay. Go ahead. Okay. And their sleep is taken away. Yep. He can't go to sleep. That nigga will not rest until he gets some form of mission. You know what mission means? Mischief means a high level of evil. Go ahead. And their sleep is taken away unless they cause some to fall. They can't do nothing unless they kill a nigga. Or bring another man down and shit. All night. I got this new drug. I got to get out there. This shit popping, man. It's like Mike Tyson. It'll knock you out. Taking games where they put tattooed tears, and each amount is a representation of murder. Yep. You can see the persecution that's going to come upon us. Yep. So this is not for the faint at heart, man. We are risking our lives. So the best thing to do if somebody want to start trouble, you let them go with their trouble. Okay. You don't pay go in trouble. Okay. You gotta be wise with this shit. Got you. This is not a gang affiliation. Well, this is a different kind of gang. Yes. Nothing wrong with a gang, but it is something wrong with them gangs. It's just an affiliation. We're like a gang. We're not a gang. We're righteous. You know, we're righteous. Righteous. Gather. Go ahead. Yeah. Yeah. The gang is a gathering. It's a gathering. Go ahead. Verse 17. It says, for they eat the bread of wickedness, right, and drink the wine of violence. Right. That's them. That's those niggas back doing the same thing. Remember, them same niggas in the ancient times that hates us, not just with each other. Those are the niggas that hated Yahushua. Woo! They were gangbangers and they were thugs back then. Ain't not new. Paul was caught up in that shit. You know? Go ahead. We are close. Verse 18, it says, but the path of the just is the shining light, right, that shineth more and more unto the perfect day. Now, they could have easily pulled out a gun and just shot at us just because I hate you niggas. Yeah. Could have easily did that. Yeah. But this is to show us the seriousness of the truth. Yeah. That's why we don't get too, like when it comes to our people, we'll try to wake them up to the best we can. We don't get those calls, especially the little young niggas and the little young black woman. They're gone, man. But the ones who perceive it, we'll reach out. But if they come with that argumentative spirit, you got to be able to look at their spirit and confidence and know if they somewhat to deal with. What? Niggas on the golf cart. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's all. They it's time to get out of here. Yeah. That's why we're going in the hood. Yeah. That's exactly why we're going there.
They're going to be like, oh, niggas on the clock.
Because you know, we are going to prophesy that they to come up and try to teach us. You know?
Yeah. That's not what I'm saying, though. But that goes to Sirach 3:24, I think. When it says, many are coming their own vain opinion.
Yeah.
You know? That's another one I added to the list.
Go ahead, brother.
Hey, well, with that, man, Lord willing and satisfied, we want to give all praises, honor, and glory. Double honors to the apostles and the elders of Great Millstone, and the sincere Solomon throughout the Akim out here that's going and pushing work in truth and in sincerity. Solomon and Mawaf Lava Ball.
Shalom, Wallah, Ball.
He's got to Babylon. Place got to go, man.